Chapter 53. While Zhou Jie was fighting with the remaining 8 wild blade zergs, there were continuous explosions around the hill. Monstrous waves of air swept up the dirt and gravel, as well as the broken limbs of the zergs. This encouraged Zhou Jie a little, because he knew that this was Kakashi doing as he said, using this sky-flipping seal to block the zerg from the other 3 directions. However, Zhou Jie also knew the power of the sky-flipping seal. Although it could kill low-level zergs, it could not cause effective damage to the poisonous scorpion zergs, giant crocodile zergs, and other zergs with A-level combat power. This was because their carapaces were harder than metal and stone. In addition, under this kind of situation where it was thrown randomly, it was even more impossible to cause any damage to the high-level zergs. However, the power of the sky-flipping seal still frightened the zergs. A large number of low-level zergs retreated because of this and did not dare to come closer. As for the poisonous scorpion zergs and other high-level zergs, due to the dust caused by the explosion blocking their line of sight, temporarily did not dare to attack. At the same time, Zhou Jie finally made his move. After dodging, he turned around and dodged the attack of the frenzy blade zerg at the side. Then he furiously chopped at the frenzy blade zerg that was coming at him. Kakapuchi. This slash of Zhou Jie's was infused with the energy in his body. Together with the support of his spiritual power, the power was many times stronger than before. Under this slash, the wild blade zerg's 2 hands that were blocking were all cut off. The blade of Kadi's directly chopped the head of this wild blade zerg. The sharp energy of the blade exploded and actually directly exploded the head of this wild blade zerg. The front half of its body was torn apart. In an instant, it could not be more dead. With Zhou Jie's mid-level X-level basic strength, it was enough to explode with peak X-level attack power. Even with such a slash, it was still far from Zhou Jie's strongest attack level. However, to continuously explode with such an attack, the consumption for Zhou Jie was very huge. This was like a person performing a high-energy street dance. He would be out of breath after 2 minutes. Hence, Zhou Jie considered that he was facing a zerg tide and did not know when he could kill his way out of the encirclement. Hence, he was not willing to continue exploding like this. He hoped to escape with the least consumption. However, this idea was Zhou Jie's initial decision. When he just felt the power of the sky-flipping seal, he suddenly changed his mind. Since the sky-flipping seal could injure the majority of the zergs, then he only needed to quickly kill a few high-level blade zergs. Then he could use the sky-flipping seal, and he could use the sky-flipping seal to easily and quickly kill his way out of the encirclement. With such an idea in mind, that was why Zhou Jie suddenly exploded and killed a frenzy blade zerg with 1 slash. Zhou Jie consecutively killed 2 frenzy blade zergs. Not only did it not frighten the remaining 7 frenzy blade zergs, it seemed to have angered them instead. The 7 frenzy blade zergs simultaneously screeched twice and rushed towards Zhou Jie even more ferociously. Almost at the same time, 50 meters in front of Zhou Jie, a group of flower-mouthed zergs simultaneously sprayed out balls of black venom towards his position. These venom balls sprayed out by the flower-mouthed zergs. In terms of power, they could break through a 30 centimeters thick cement wall from 20 meters away. The venom itself also had a strong corrosive and neurotoxic property. It could poison a person to death even if it came into contact with the skin. However, Zhou Jie naturally did not care about the power of these venom balls. Moreover, with the Netherworld battle suit, the venom was unable to touch his skin. Therefore, Zhou Jie believed that he only needed to be careful not to let the venom enter his eyes. But when Zhou Jie was hit by a venom ball, a putrid stench of rotting food was accidentally inhaled by Zhou Jie. In an instant, Zhou Jie felt an intense nausea. This made him realize that the volatility of these venoms was still very strong. Relying on thin air, it could easily poison a person. With no other choice, Zhou Jie could only hold his breath, no longer absorbing the extremely thin oxygen in the air. Previously, when Zhou Jie breathed, it was only out of habit, and breathing oxygen could reduce the consumption of some of the stored energy in his body. This time, the flower-mouthed Zerg venom balls also caused a certain amount of trouble for Zhou Jie, forcing Zhou Jie to specially divide some of his mental strength and began to harvest them with the golden lotus sword flower. While the wild blade Zergs took advantage of the situation to attack fiercely, Zhou Jie chose to temporarily dodge. Due to the effect of the venom balls just now, he needed a little time to readjust his battle state. However, at this time, Kakashi threw the sky-flipping seal at the top of the hill. Suddenly, he looked at the sky with his eyes wide open and cursed something. Then he threw out 10 sky-flipping seal at once, turned around, and shouted to Zhou Jie, "Jocko, Zerg King, the Zerg King has arrived!" Zhou Jie, who was fighting with 7 wild blade Zergs, was shocked when he heard this. Immediately, his blade burst out again and chopped a wild blade Zerg away. Then, with an explosive step, he flashed forward and finished it off with another blade. Swish, swish, swish. The golden lotus sword flower gathered back, and under Zhou Jie's full control, it directly pierced through the lower abdomen of a wild blade Zerg and smashed its insides into pieces. The remaining 5 frenzy blade Zergs continued to attack. Zhou Jie shot towards one of them like a bolt of lightning. With a swing of his saber, another frenzy blade Zerg was killed. Under the saber, its entire body was chopped into pieces by the saber energy. After a few breaths, Zhou Jie finished off all the wild blade Zergs and used the golden lotus sword flower to block the other Zergs that wanted to surround him. After doing all this, Zhou Jie turned around and came to the slope of the hill. His body was half lying on the slope, and his chest was violently moving up and down. Under the cover of the netherworld armor, his iron-like muscles were bulging even more obviously. All this showed that Zhou Jie had just experienced a fierce battle, and his energy consumption was not small. However, Zhou Jie was not in the mood to pay attention to his own condition. Instead, he turned his head to look at the top of Kakashi's head, for liger-sized, mantis-like, pitch-black Zerg King generals were flapping their 6 metal-like scaled wings and were descending at high speed towards Zhou Jie's position. Patter! Zhou Jie stood up, and a thick drop of Zerg blood dripped from his wrist onto the ground. At this moment, Zhou Jie looked like a blood-soaked war god, proudly looking at the 4 Zerg King generals that were about to pounce on him. Mamma mia! At this moment, Kakashi had already rolled and crawled to the slope of the hill, trying to distance himself from Zhou Jie as much as possible, while at the same time not losing sight of Zhou Jie. It was also at this moment that Kakashi suddenly realized that the Zergs that were trying to surround him just now had stopped their commotion and retreated to one side, standing in the same place like soldiers receiving instructions. Clang! The golden lotus sword flower reformed into a golden long sword, which was held in Zhou Jie's left hand. At this moment, Zhou Jie was holding 2 blades, 1 blade and 1 sword. His eyes were fixed on the incoming enemies, and his battle intent soared to the sky. Boom! In the next second, the first Zerg King general pounced on Zhou Jie, its eagle-like shark claws aimed at Zhou Jie's head. After being slashed by Zhou Jie's blade, it flapped its wings and flew to the side. However, the shockwave from the collision between the two was like an explosion, and half of the slope was shattered, causing dust and stones to fly everywhere. Boom! Boom! 2 consecutive Zerg King general pouncing on Zhou Jie were also blocked by Zhou Jie's blade and sword, and the last Zerg King general chose to land on the side, revealing its terrifying long blade forearm and slashing towards Zhou Jie. Regardless of whether it was the speed of movement or attack, the Zerg King general was much faster than the Frenzy Blade Zerg, and its attack power was not something that the latter could compare with. In addition, its body size was smaller, its body density was shocking, and its defense was extremely terrifying. In the following few clashes, Zhou Jie was surrounded by danger, and he was forced to roll on the ground a few times by the coordination of the 4 Zerg King general before he could barely hold on. Thump, 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 thump. Zhou Jie's heart was beating crazily like never before, and then the veins on Zhou Jie's forehead bulged, and he released the full power of his spiritual force field, causing the movements of the 4 Zerg King general to slow down. Bang! Zhou Jie seized the opportunity and like a thunderbolt, he attacked the nearest Zerg King general, intending to slash off its forearm directly. However, the Zerg King general's reaction was also very fast, and with a sweep of its two blades, it blocked Zhou Jie's sudden attack. But Zhou Jie's blade slashed the surface of its blades, and under the impact of the impact, the Zerg King general moved horizontally away from its original position. At this moment, Zhou Jie finally realized how difficult it was to obtain the forearm of the Zerg King general. Without killing it, it was almost impossible to obtain its arms, but once the Zerg King general appeared, it would definitely be accompanied by a large number of Zerg underlings, and with such difficulty, it was no wonder that the mission to obtain the forearm of the Zerg King general, whose actual combat power was not even at level X, required at least mid-level level X combat power, to accept. Chapter 54. Whoosh. Whoosh. The speed of the King Zerg's forearm was almost twice as fast as the Frenzy Blade Zerg, almost reaching the speed of sound. Zhou Jie held his dual blades and dodged left and right. Although he was able to parry for a while, there was no way for him to counterattack. This made Kakashi stare at him, but there was nothing he could do, although he had some methods to help Zhou Jie, and was even willing to sacrifice himself to help Zhou Jie share the burden of the two King Zergs. He was worried that if he did that, the surrounding Zergs would riot again. If that happened, the situation would be out of control, and Zhou Jie would be in a more passive position. Jocko, come on, you can do it. In the end, Kakashi could only secretly cheer for Zhou Jie. At this moment, Zhou Jie also seemed to have heard Kakashi's cheers. The mental state that he had been accumulating for a long time suddenly burst out. The golden lotus sword in his left hand instantly turned into 144 golden swords, and some of them broke through the King Zerg's forearm and attacked its eyes, mouth, and other vulnerable parts. At the same time, Zhou Jie moved horizontally like lightning and used his blade to force back the attack of the King Zerg on the right. Borrowing the force, he rushed forward to the left. Kadiz's blade violently slashed out and fiercely chopped at the right forearm of the King Zerg that was unable to parry the attack of the Golden Lotus Sword. Crack! The forearm of the King Zerg was indestructible, but the part of the forearm was relatively weak. Zhou Jie's long-planned attack succeeded, and the right forearm of the King Zerg was instantly broken. Zhou Jie used more strength to chop off the right forearm of the King Zerg. Using his mental strength to follow the broken forearm of the King Zerg, Zhou Jie quickly retreated sideways, and at the same time, the other two King Zergs that were pouncing on him missed. At the same time, he stored the forearm of the King Zerg into the space ring. 1/4 of the mission completed. Zhou Jie encouraged himself in his heart after obtaining the forearm of the King Zerg. At the same time, he used his mind, and the Golden Lotus Sword rolled back, forming the Waterfall Crush sword formation behind him. Buzz! Zhou Jie pointed his finger, and the Waterfall Shattering sword formation was unleashed. The loss of one Zerg King's forearm seemed to have angered the other 3 Zerg Kings. While the injured Zerg King retreated temporarily, the other 3 Zerg Kings let out hissing sounds and charged towards Zhou Jie at the same time. The Waterfall Shattering sword formation was extremely powerful. One of the Zerg Kings was about to collide with the Waterfall Shattering sword formation. It waved its 2 blades in an attempt to tear the sword formation apart. In the end, it was almost knocked out by the force of the sword formation. Asterisk crack, crack, crack. Asterisk, all 144 golden swords landed on the body of the Zerg King General without missing a single one. The scales on the surface of the Zerg King General's body were riddled with holes, but they still did not cause any substantial damage to it. At the same time, the other 2 Zerg King Generals suddenly emitted extremely sharp sound waves that actually contained a strong mental strength. In an instant, Zhou Jie was caught off guard and had a splitting headache. The momentum of the blade of Kadi's in his hand that was ready to meet the enemy stopped. Whoosh! The 2 Zerg King Generals flanked Zhou Jie from the left and right. Their extremely sharp arms and blades respectively slashed towards Zhou Jie's head and thigh, trying to make it impossible for Zhou Jie to resist. However, at the last moment, Zhou Jie's body reacted completely out of instinct. When he flipped in the air, the blade of Cadiz was behind his back. At the same time, the blade of Cadiz also blocked the attack of the Zerg King General's hand. Clang. However, because the backhand strength was too weak, the blade of Cadiz could not completely block the Zerg King General's slash. When Zhou Jie's body was slashed in the air, the blade of Cadiz hit his back and almost flew out of his hand. Oh! Zhou Jie knew that the Zerg King General would immediately attack again. Therefore, he used his mental strength to force himself to land quickly in the air and then forcefully jump to one side to dodge. As expected, the moment Zhou Jie left the original spot, a Zerg King General's hand slashed towards him. It almost grazed the ground, and the strong force caused the rocks on the ground to crack. Zhou Jie shook his head to wake himself up from the mental attack of the Zerg King General just now. Then, he activated the Golden Lotus Sword Flower and attacked the back of a Zerg King General. Golden Lotus Sword Formation, Tai Chi Destruction. At the same time, because of the battle just now, the 4 Zerg King General were scattered in front and back. Zhou Jie seized the opportunity and dashed towards the nearest Zerg King General. The Zerg King General that was chosen by Zhou Jie let out an angry hiss and fearlessly slashed at Zhou Jie with its 2 blades. However, this time, Zhou Jie was determined to kill it and used the power of the Thunder Soul Pearl. The blade of Cadiz emitted a blue energy arc for the first time and collided with the Zerg King General like a thunderbolt from the sky. Bang! As if thunder had struck the ground, the place where the two collided exploded. Although the air was thin, the shock wave was still terrifying. It directly caused the surface of the hill to tremble. Zhou Jie's attack stunned Kakashi. This attack was almost at the threshold of the Star Lord level, and Zhou Jie was able to unleash such an attack after a fierce battle. It was not hard to imagine how strong Zhou Jie was. Combined, he was definitely at the peak of rank X. Under the attack of the threshold of the Star Lord level, the Zerg King General that was fighting against Zhou Jie was instantly shattered. Its internal organs were completely turned into paste, and it couldn't be more dead. And the remaining power of this blow also forced a Zerg King General to retreat, and it let out a terrified hiss sound. Obviously, it was frightened by Zhou Jie's terrifying blow. However, after killing the Zerg King General, Zhou Jie used all his strength and took advantage of the cover effect caused by the explosion to flash toward another Zerg King General that was closer to him. Zhou Jie raised his sword and glared. The blade of Cadiz flashed with electric energy again, twisting the space where it passed. Pucci. In a dangerous situation, Zhou Jie stuck close to the ground and passed through the Zerg King General's arms. He slid directly under the Zerg King General's chest and abdomen. With a slash, the Zerg King General's stomach was instantly cut open. The second Zerg King General died, just like that. Seeing this, the remaining 2 Zerg King General were finally terrified and suddenly let out sharp screams. After killing 2 Zerg King General, Zhou Jie was actually at the end of his rope. Seeing that the 2 Zerg King General didn't attack him, he immediately turned around and came to the Zerg King General that had its abdomen cut open. He then cut off its forearms with the blade of Cadiz. At the same time, hearing the screams of the Zerg King General, the group of Zergs who were watching quietly from afar suddenly became excited. They all let out strange screams, and at the same time, the sound was so loud that it shook the sky, and at the same time, they gathered towards Zhou Jie's position. Zhou Jie didn't have time to think. Without thinking, he turned around and came to the Zerg King General that had its body broken and cut off its forearms as well. At this moment, the remaining 2 Zerg King General finally attacked Zhou Jie again. Kakashi, Sky Flipping Seal. Zhou Jie immediately roared. At the same time, he raised his sword to fight. The Zerg King General's speed was too fast. Although Zhou Jie was physically and mentally exhausted, he had no choice but to fight with 120% of his energy. When Kakashi saw the Zergs that were surrounding him, he had already taken out a bunch of Sky Flipping Seal. Hearing this, he shouted to Zhou Jie, "Jocko, Hang in there. Come my side. Swish, 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 swish. Then Kakashi threw the sky-flipping seal crazily. It was as if the sky-flipping seal didn't cost anything. It crazily fell into the group of Zergs below, causing a bloody storm. Once again, Zhou Jie desperately swung his sword, and at the same time used the Golden Lotus sword to interfere with the two Zerg King General. Only then did he manage to block a round of attacks from the two Zerg King General and retreat to Kakashi's side. However, at this moment, Zhou Jie felt that his brain was swollen to the point of dizziness. His whole body started to feel like it was filled with lead. Even the sword he was holding felt heavy. Kakashi, I can't take it anymore. Zhou Jie suddenly knelt on the ground with one knee behind his sword. His voice was trembling as he spoke. Jocko, drink this. Hearing this, Kakashi rushed to Zhou Jie like lightning. He opened a bottle of level X nutrient solution and poured it into Zhou Jie's mouth. Originally, the level X nutrient solution needed to be absorbed by the cultivator, soaking in its diluted liquid. This was because the energy was absorbed very quickly. Under normal circumstances, the cultivator could only absorb it slowly after diluting it. If the cultivator drank it, it would cause the energy to be absorbed too quickly. It would cause the cultivator to lose control of the energy in the body, causing the cultivator to be in a dangerous situation. It could even cause the cultivator to die. However, in Zhou Jie's current situation, his body was extremely lacking in energy. The energy in the level X nutrient solution was relatively pure and could be absorbed very quickly. Therefore, after Zhou Jie drank the nutrient solution, not only did he not experience any danger of losing control of his energy, but he also instantly felt a warm current flowing through his body. The energy in his body that was originally exhausted seemed to have been replenished all of a sudden. After the limit, sublimation. Chapter 55. Zhou Jie felt so comfortable that he could not help but shiver. Immediately, he held the blade of Kadi's in his hand tightly and pounced forward again. Two Zerg King generals were right in front of Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie dodged and slashed, dodging the attack of the Zerg King general with a broken arm. Then, he slashed at the other Zerg King general with a slash. Then, he roared and pounced on the Zerg King general with a broken arm. Pucci. The Zerg King general with a broken arm had lost an arm after all, so its strength was greatly reduced. Zhou Jie attacked furiously and slashed at the Zerg King general's lower abdomen. The blade chi exploded and finally killed the third Zerg King general. However, these few quick and simple explosive movements caused the energy that Zhou Jie had just replenished to be depleted once again. His whole body's muscles ached again, as if excessive exercise had caused his muscles to dissolve. This time, Zhou Jie flipped over and could not attack the last Zerg King general. However, Zhou Jie did not expect that after he killed the third Zerg King general, the last Zerg King general was terrified to the extreme. It seemed to think that it was no match for Zhou Jie. It actually flapped its wings and flew up into the sky. The gravity of a Zerg planet was too strong. Zhou Jie could not fly. In addition, his body was in a very bad condition. When the Zerg King general flew up into the sky, Zhou Jie heaved a sigh of relief. He felt that he was out of danger. Jocko, let's go. At this time, Kakashi also ran to Zhou Jie's side. At the same time, he did not forget to throw a piece of sky-flipping seal in all directions as he spoke to Zhou Jie. Okay, Zhou Jie replied. Seeing that the Zerg horde was less than 20 meters away from him, he forced himself to stand up and planned to fight his way out. However, when Zhou Jie stood up with the blade of Kadi's in his hand, all the muscles in his body started to twitch uncontrollably. This caused him to lose his balance and fall to the ground again. Upon seeing this, Kakashi's expression changed. He hurriedly used Sky-Flipping Seal to bombard another wave of Zergs. Then, he carried Zhou Jie on his back. Jocko, hold on. I'll get you out of here. After Kakashi carried Zhou Jie on his back, his originally playful and frightened expression completely disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by an angry look. If Zhou Jie could see Kakashi's expression at this time, he would definitely be extremely surprised, because he had never seen Kakashi with an angry and serious expression before. Not long after the Zerg King flew away, the Zerg Horde also received the order to retreat from the nest's overmind. Immediately, they started to retreat gradually from the periphery. It was just that the overmind's order was sent out, and all the Zergs received the order and reacted required a certain amount of time. During this delay, Zhou Jie just happened to be unable to hold on. Kakashi carried Zhou Jie on his back and revealed an angry look. If a tiger doesn't show its might, do you think I, Kakashi, am a sick cat? Following Kakashi's angry roar, his eyes suddenly shot out a terrifying azure light beam. Wherever the light beam passed, the rocks collapsed, the flesh of the Zergs melted, and they died on the spot. Bang, bang, bang. Kakashi looked around. The blue light beam in his eyes shot out crazily, and in a short moment, he killed tens of Zergs. At this time, after the Zerg Horde received the order from the Overmind, they started to retreat rapidly with fear in their hearts. Thus, a miraculous scene happened. The large group of Zergs that originally pounced towards Kakashi and Zhou Jie without any regard for their lives, after Kakashi shot out the laser light beam, they seemed to have received a collective shock and frantically retreated. Kakashi was also stunned when he saw this. He immediately stopped the laser light in his eyes and then laughed proudly. Haha, I, Kakashi, am still the best. Just a glare, and they are all scared away. Zhou Jie, who was on Kakashi's back, saw the scene of the Zergs retreating and immediately relaxed his still tense nerves. However, just as Zhou Jie relaxed, he immediately felt the pain all over his body become more intense, and he couldn't help but groan. Kakashi realized that Zhou Jie's situation was not good. He hurriedly kept his smile and said to Zhou Jie, I will find a safe place now. Jocko, hold on for a while. About 3 minutes later, Kakashi carried Zhou Jie on his back and found a cave wall at the bottom of a rocky slope about 10 miles away from the Mother Zerg's nest. However, the depth was not more than half a meter, and it was naturally formed. In this godforsaken place, there is no cave without Zergs. We can only wait here temporarily, Kakashi said as he carried Zhou Jie to the cave wall and put him down. Zhou Jie did not speak throughout the journey. He seemed to be very weak. After being put down by Kakashi, he showed a painful expression and his body trembled slightly. Seeing this, Kakashi quickly scanned Zhou Jie's body condition. After confirming that the situation was as he had guessed, he could not help but pout. Zhou Jie's current situation was that his body was severely overdrawn, especially after a round of overdrawing. Originally, if he used the nutrient solution to recover and rest, not only would he be able to recover quickly, it would also increase the strength of his cells by a large margin. This would allow Zhou Jie to be even stronger than before the battle when he fully recovered. However, Zhou Jie had to fight again after absorbing the nutrient solution, which led to a second round of overdrawing. His cells, after experiencing such a huge difference in energy gain and loss, started to collapse. This was the same principle as a normal person's muscle dissolving due to excessive exercise, but Zhou Jie's situation was much more serious. All right, it seems that this is the only way. Kakashi thought about it, and felt that if he allowed Zhou Jie to recover by himself in the current situation, it might take a month or so. Moreover, the improvement that his body had obtained after reaching the limit of sublimation would be lost, and it might even cause his body to suffer and his strength to decrease. The best way was to use healing life energy that was gentler and purer than the nutrient solution to repair Zhou Jie's body. In this way, not only would Zhou Jie recover faster, but his strength would also increase significantly after he recovered. Coincidentally, as an intelligent life form, although Kakashi did not have very strong combat strength, the energy contained in his body was extremely huge. One of the manifestations was that his eyes could continuously shoot out laser beams. In addition, he could also release his energy in other forms, such as the gentle healing life energy. However, the reason why Kakashi would not use an energy release method like the eye laser, unless it was a last resort, was because it would greatly increase his energy consumption, far exceeding his recovery ability. Once the energy in his body was consumed to a certain threshold, he would have to enter a dormant state to replenish his energy. I was too high on shooting just now and consumed more than half of my energy. It seems that after healing Jocko this time, I have to hibernate for a while. Kakashi thought to himself, but he had already begun to release life energy from his hands to heal Zhou Jie. Kakashi, Zhou Jie was originally weak and in pain, but suddenly felt the pain in his body weaken after being illuminated by Kakashi's life energy. He could not help but raise his head slightly and look at Kakashi in confusion. Seeing this, Kakashi did not want Zhou Jie to worry about him, so he said, "It's okay, Jocko. I'm using energy to heal you." Okay. Zhou Jie heard this and wanted to say something, but considering his situation, he finally responded and lay back down. Kakashi's healing of Zhou Jie lasted for more than 2 hours. During this time, Zhou Jie asked Kakashi to stop twice, but Kakashi said that he had not fully recovered and wanted him to continue lying down. After the treatment was over, Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Okay, Jocko, do you feel much better?" Zhou Jie heard this and moved his body. He felt that the energy in his body seemed to be stronger than before, so he said bluntly, "I feel that my strength has improved." Kakashi heard this and laughed, but a red light suddenly flashed in his eyes. Zhou Jie noticed this and asked curiously, "Kakashi, what happened to your eyes?" "Oh, the treatment just now used up too much energy. I might have to hibernate for a while. Let's stay in the G-grade spaceship for now." The spaceship's energy is not much after the last flight, so it needs to be automatically recharged, Kakashi replied. Zhou Jie heard this and remembered that he still had a G-grade spaceship. He immediately released it from the space ring and boarded the spaceship with Kakashi 3 days later. Around noon, a 24-hour planet, a pitch-black shield-shaped spaceship flashed in the sky above the Zerg planet and descended to an altitude of about 1,000 meters from the surface of the Zerg planet. The Black Feather Star Master sat in the spaceship and took a sip of the wine in his glass. He ordered the spaceship's computer artificial intelligence search for all life energy on the surface of this planet. Chapter 56. In the G-class spaceship, Kakashi had entered hibernation state while Zhou Jie was practicing the Golden Lotus Sword formation in the training ground at the rear of the spaceship. Before entering hibernation state, Kakashi had told Zhou Jie that he needed to hibernate for about 36 days, 9 hours, and 26 minutes. Therefore, Zhou Jie planned to contact the cargo spaceship of the Galaxy Munitions Factory to send them back to Coiling Dragon Star when Kakashi was about to finish hibernation. Although the G-class spaceship was faster, Zhou Jie had to maintain the energy of the G-class spaceship fully charged. Secondly, the cargo spaceship of the Galaxy Munitions Factory had a gravity room, while his G-class spaceship did not. Therefore, Zhou Jie felt that he would rather spend more time on the Galaxy Munitions Factory spaceship and use the gravity room to train himself. Without Kakashi's words, Zhou Jie spent most of his time on the G-class spaceship except for cultivation, eating, and short rest. He spent most of his time studying the usage of the Golden Lotus Sword flower. This was mainly because compared to the improvement of his physical strength, it was easier for him to train his spiritual energy. On the 9th day on the spaceship, after completing his cultivation target in the morning, Zhou Jie came to the kitchen in the middle of the spaceship. He took his favorite tongue noodle and some meat products and started to prepare his sumptuous lunch. All the food on the spaceship was bought by Kakashi by the ton, and they were all Kakashi's favorite food. Zhou Jie usually ate plain food. As long as it was high-energy food, he would eat whatever he could get his hands on. He was never picky. However, after Kakashi's hibernation, when Zhou Jie came to the kitchen to look for food, he was faced with a pile of delicious food. Anyone would be picky, and Zhou Jie was no exception. Therefore, he ate almost half of the tongue noodle, which was also Kakashi's favorite food. However, when Zhou Jie was preparing his lunch, Black Feather Star Master arrived above a hill where Zhou Jie had fought before in his shield-shaped spaceship. The door of the spaceship opened, and Black Feather Star Master in black armor walked out and slowly landed below. Patter! Black Feather Star Master's exquisite leather boots stepped on the hard rocks of the hill, making a crisp sound. Black Feather Star Master stood on the top of the hill and carefully glanced at the piles of Zerg corpses around him. Finally, his eyes stopped on a few Zerg corpses near the slope. Black Feather Star Master walked to the front of the Zerg corpses and carefully examined them. Suddenly, the corner of his mouth slightly raised and said, "Interesting, the King Zerg." As he said that, Black Feather Star Master's eyes stopped at the King Zerg's broken arms for a while. Then, he turned around and continued to survey the scene. A few minutes later, Black Feather Star Master was basically sure that Zhou Jie had fought with the Zerg group here. However, he was a little confused about the numerous explosion pits left behind near the hill. Those are obviously caused by weapons like bombs. In terms of power, they were more powerful than ordinary grenades. From his survey, there were at least 50 such bombs exploding here. Could it be that Zhou Jie had dozens of powerful grenades with him? Or it could be said that he had an accomplice. Black Feather Star Master pondered for a while and finally decided not to think about it. Whether Zhou Jie had an accomplice or not, he did not care. Moreover, he had already determined that Zhou Jie must have been seriously injured. Otherwise, he would not have only taken away one of the King Zerg's forearms. He should not have escaped far, but the spaceship's scan did not detect any human life energy within 100 miles. Black Feather Star Master suddenly muttered to himself. His narrow eyes looked over the hill in front of him and kept looking far away. A few minutes later, Black Feather Star Master followed the bloodstains all the way and tracked for more than 2 kilometers. After the bloodstains disappeared, he carefully identified the traces on the surface of the rock and continued to track. Finally, he appeared in front of the empty space where the G-grade spaceship was parked. "It's here?" Black Feather Star Master noticed that the traces under his feet suddenly disappeared about 10 meters away from the bottom of the hill. He could not help but frown. The sudden disappearance of Zhou Jie's traces made Black Feather Star Master extremely surprised. He immediately opened up his spiritual force field and planned to search the surrounding area. At the same time, a small silver spaceship flew across the sky above the Queen Zerg's nest that Zhou Jie had encountered. In the spaceship, a beautiful woman in red noticed the feedback from the spaceship's scan and immediately stopped drinking her tea. Little White reduced the speed to 2m and fly close to the ground. The woman in red ordered. The spaceship's artificial intelligence immediately controlled the spaceship to reduce the speed of the spaceship to about 10 meters per second. It also quickly reduced the altitude of the spaceship from nearly 1,000 meters to less than 100 meters. Soon, the woman in red also discovered the place where Zhou Jie had fought with the Zergs. She also noticed Black Feather Star Master's spaceship that was parked nearly 100 meters above the ground. "Little White, hover," the woman in red immediately said. The spaceship that she was in also hovered in midair. Black Feather Star Master looked at the empty space not far away in surprise. He immediately smiled and said softly to himself, "What a surprise. This spaceship is at least F-grade, right? It's hidden here. The person inside must be recuperating after experiencing the Zerg horde." At this time, although Black Feather Star Master was less and less certain that the person who had fought with the Zergs was Zhou Jie, the spaceship in front of him, combined with the disappearance of the spaceship, was undoubtedly the person who had fought with the Zergs and was injured in the spaceship. If Black Feather Star Master could take advantage of the situation, even if the person inside the spaceship was not Zhou Jie, he would still benefit. Coincidentally, after Black Feather Star Master made up his mind to enter the G-grade spaceship, Zhou Jie happened to come to the spaceship's control room while eating a Rujiamo. The electronic screen in the control room was constantly monitoring the surrounding situation. When Zhou Jie saw Black Feather Star Master in the corner of the screen, he was inevitably shocked. However, he quickly realized that the spaceship was in an invisible state and could not be seen with the naked eye. Therefore, he thought that Black Feather Star Master might have only appeared there and not discovered the spaceship. But soon, Zhou Jie was disappointed. Black Feather Star Master actually walked directly from the top of the hill to the G-grade spaceship. Star Master. Then Zhou Jie fell into shock. Under the huge gravity of the Zerg star, he could only glide in the air for a short distance, but he could never walk in the air like the other party. This showed that the strength of the other party was very different from Zhou Jie, just like the difference between a person who could do double arms and a person who could barely do pull-ups. Sh*T. Zhou Jie wanted to pilot the spaceship to escape immediately, but he soon realized that without Kakashi, he did not know how to pilot the G-grade spaceship at all. He did not even know how to pilot the spaceship on autopilot. Kakashi. Zhou Jie tried to call Kakashi, who had entered hibernation mode, but Kakashi was still sleeping, with his eyes closed, and did not move at all. Zhou Jie frowned, but did not plan to wake up Kakashi. A Star Master shouldn't be able to break through the defense of a G-grade spaceship. Well, at least a low-star Star Master shouldn't be able to. Then, Zhou Jie thought for a moment, wondering if he should put away the spaceship and how to deal with Black Feather Star Master. However, Zhou Jie's conclusion was that he would not be able to resist a Star Master if he put away the spaceship, no matter how many stars he had. The best solution seemed to be to hide in the spaceship and not go out until Kakashi woke up. While Zhou Jie was thinking, Black Feather Star Master had already touched a sensor wire on the surface of the G-grade spaceship. Zhou Jie could see the outside of the spaceship through the projection screen because of these sensor wires. However, Black Feather Star Master did not find a way to enter the spaceship from the sensor wires, nor did he try to damage the wires. After patrolling back and forth on the surface of the spaceship for a while, Black Feather Star Master finally came to the tightly closed cabin door of the spaceship. Inside the spaceship, Zhou Jie stared nervously at Black Feather Star Master's every move on the screen, fearing that he really had a way to break in. However, just as Black Feather Star Master was about to do something, Zhou Jie saw a small, white spaceship appear on the screen. Zhou Jie had an idea and turned off the stealth mode of the spaceship. Zhou Jie saw Kakashi turn on the stealth mode, so he naturally knew how to turn it off. The white spaceship flew quickly and suddenly stopped less than 200 meters away from Black Feather Star Master. Black Feather Star Master sensed the spaceship behind him and immediately turned around. The cabin door of the white spaceship opened, and a beautiful woman in a tight red dress flew out. She looked at Black Feather Star Master with cold and sharp eyes. Red Silk Star Master. Black Feather Star Master quickly recognized the beautiful woman in the red dress, and his heart skipped a beat. Chapter 57. When the Black Feather Star Lord recognized the Red Silk Star Lord, the Red Silk Star Lord also recognized the Black Feather Star Lord. Instantly, her eyes were about to spit fire. Black Feather, the Red Silk Star Lord said coldly. Her gaze fell on the Black Feather Star Lord as if she wanted to pierce through him. The Black Feather Star Lord was speechless. He had actually met the Red Silk Star Lord at such a crucial time. His luck was as good as falling down and eating dog shit. The reason why the Red Silk Star Lord was so angry when she saw the Black Feather Star Lord, and why the Black Feather Star Lord was secretly complaining, was because of something that happened 11 years ago. 11 years ago, an ancient relic planet was discovered at the edge of the Silver System. The first ones to know about it were the Star Sword Alliance and the Bounty Hunter Alliance's branches in the nearby star system. Later, a precious mineral was discovered on this ancient relic planet, as well as some data of ancient civilizations' technological achievements. The Star Sword Alliance and the Bounty Hunter Alliance started a fight over it. At that time, the two alliances sent out several Star Lord rank experts. The Black Feather Star Lord was one of the Star Lords sent out by the Bounty Hunter Alliance. During this fight, the Black Feather Star Lord and a Class X expert from the Star Sword Alliance. In fact, it was the Class X expert who discovered it first, and the Black Feather Star Lord happened to see it, discovered a weapons base on the planet. There was a large amount of energy and advanced weapons hidden there, which were extremely valuable. Then, it was inevitable that the Black Feather Star Lord would kill the Class X expert from the Star Sword Alliance for the Bounty Hunter Alliance's interests. However, After the Black Feather Star Lord killed the Class X expert, the Red Silk Star Lord rushed over and saw it. Coincidentally, the Class X expert that the Black Feather Star Lord killed was the Red Silk Star Lord's younger brother. Needless to say, the Red Silk Star Lord was enraged on the spot, and the Black Feather Star Lord had nowhere to run. If it weren't for the shockwave from the battle that quickly attracted other Star Lord rank experts from both alliances, the Black Feather Star Lord didn't know if he could escape the terrifying pursuit of the Red Silk Star Lord. Hong Ling. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. The Black Feather Star Master knew that the following battle was unavoidable. He immediately revealed an ugly smile. When Red Silk Star Master heard this, she added, "Yes, enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. I thought you would hide in your doghouse and never come out. I didn't expect that I would run into you when I was patrolling. Today, I must avenge my brother." When the Black Feather Star Lord heard this, he frowned and could not help but ask, "Why are you here?" When Red Silk Star Master heard this, she sneered and said, "I was wondering why you were here. Don't you know that the Zerg planet is under the jurisdiction of the Star Sword Alliance? I've been living here for the past few years, and I'm in charge of supervising the research on Zergs. So that's how it is." After the Black Feather Star Master knew why the Red Silk Star Master was here, he regretted not doing any research before coming to the Zerg planet. But then again, how could he have known that the Red Silk Star Master would be on the Zerg planet? As for other situations, even if the Zerg planet was under the jurisdiction of the Star Sword Alliance, what could they do to him? Inside the spaceship, Zhou Jie saw that the Red Silk Star Lord and the Black Feather Star Lord were filled with the smell of gunpowder and looked like they were about to fight. He was stunned for a long time. When he came back to his senses, the two people on the screen had already started fighting. "Black Feather die." As the Red Silk Star Master spoke, a floral red folding fan appeared in her hand. Wait a minute. The Black Feather Star Master thought of his original purpose and was extremely unwilling to fight with the Red Silk Star Master, so he subconsciously shouted, "What else do you have to say? You can say it as your last words." The Red Silk Star Master said coldly and opened the folding fan in her hand. She looked like she could attack at any time. The Black Feather Star Master was speechless because he came to the Zerg planet to kill Zhou Jie, a Grade 10 expert who had nothing to do with him. He guessed that Zhou Jie was in the G-grade spaceship beside him. However, with the situation, even if he told the Red Silk Star Master, what could she do? Could he, the Black Feather Star Master, beg her to let him find a way to break open the door of the spaceship, enter and kill the people inside, then take the spaceship for himself and fight to the death with her? This idea was obviously bullsh*T and was completely unrealistic. If he wanted the Red Silk Star Master to cooperate with him to kill the people in the spaceship and promise to give the spaceship to the Red Silk Star Master, that was also impossible. He killed her brother, and he still wanted to cooperate with her? It was better to dream about it. Therefore, after a short struggle, the Black Feather Star Master did not care whether Zhou Jie was in the spaceship or how to take over the spaceship. "All right, you forced me. I was caught unprepared by you the last time. Do you really think that I can't beat a woman like you?" As the Black Feather Star Master spoke, he took out a double-headed blade from the back of his armor and released the energy field in his body. His long black hair immediately danced behind his head. "Oomph, I will definitely kill you today." Although the Red Silk Star Master was a woman, she had a cold, arrogant, and competitive personality. She had always treated outsiders coldly and only treated her brother excessively well. As the Black Feather Star Master was her enemy who had killed her brother, she naturally had the determination to kill him even if she had to risk her life. After the two sides finished their words, the battle was about to start. The Red Silk Star Master was the first to attack. She waved the folding fan in her hand, and an energy force shot towards the Black Feather Star Master. The Black Feather Star Master attacked almost at the same time. The double-headed blade in his hand rotated and twisted, directly cutting through the energy force and charging towards the Red Silk Star Master. The Red Silk Star Master was not afraid at all, because the disadvantage in weapons did not exist to her at all. Swoosh. The Red Silk Star Master waved her fan at lightning speed. Many red threads wrapped around the handle of the fan suddenly shot out and attacked the Black Feather Star Master. The red threads looked thin and weak, but the Black Feather Star Master did not dare to underestimate them. His originally ferocious slash paused and instantly changed to a rotating double-headed blade, turning into a roulette in front of him as a defense. Bang, bang, bang. When the red threads and the double-headed blade collided, not only did they not break as expected, but they also produced a series of air explosions, forcing the Black Feather Star Master to retreat a few feet. Oomph. Upon seeing this, the Red Silk Star Master snorted and followed up with another attack. She waved the folding fan in her hand and exploded with energy force, attacking the Black Feather Star Master from multiple directions. The Black Feather Star Master saw that the Red Silk Star Master was not going to let him off after gaining the upper hand. 11 years ago, he was suppressed by the Red Silk Star Master. Firstly, the Red Silk Star Master was angry and did not care about her life. He was caught off guard and was forced into a passive position. Secondly, he did not want to fight with the Red Silk Star Master at that time. Hence, he always thought that the Red Silk Star Master was not much stronger than him. Back then, he did not treat her seriously. In addition, the Black Feather Star Master's strength had improved a lot over the past 11 years. Hence, the Black Feather Star Master exploded in anger. "You want to kill me? Then don't blame me for being ruthless." As the Black Feather Star Master spoke, he suddenly retreated and turned around. Then, he charged forward. His double-ended blade emitted a purplish-black energy glow. As he slashed out, it shot out like wildly growing thorns. It instantly destroyed the energy forces that the Red Silk Star Master had sent out from all sides. The Red Silk Star Master saw that the Black Feather Star Master's explosive power was not to be underestimated. Her eyes turned cold. She mobilized all the energy in her body and waved her fan without showing any weakness. A magnificent light blue energy wave burst out and collided with the energy that the Black Feather Star Master had unleashed. Boom! This collision was no small matter. It caused the void in front of the two to be temporarily distorted. A terrifying energy force shot out in all directions and caused the two Star Masters to fly backward unconsciously. However, the Red Silk Star Master flew backward. She flew up dozens of meters, but only retreated 5 or 6 meters. She wanted to keep a distance from the Black Feather Star Master as much as possible, in case the Black Feather Star Master chose to escape and she could not catch up. However, the Black Feather Star Master was also angry. Naturally, he was not willing to let the matter rest. He did not even think of escaping. The Red Silk Star Master was afraid that the Black Feather Star Master would escape. After flying to a certain height, she swooped down and pounced on the Black Feather Star Master. She waved the folding fan in her hand repeatedly, causing the Black Feather Star Master to fall into a bitter battle. Chapter 58. Zhou Jie saw the intense battle between the Black Feather Star-Lord and the Red Silk Star-Lord from the spaceship. Furthermore, each of their attacks was fatal. It was as if they would not rest until they killed each other. However, Zhou Jie soon considered his situation. Although the two Star-Lords outside didn't have time to pay attention to his spaceship, what should he do once the outcome of the battle was decided? Perhaps the two of them would consume a lot of energy, and he could just take the spaceship and leave? Zhou Jie couldn't help but nod. He planned to let the two Star-Lords fight first, and he would just watch from a spaceship. At the same time, the Black Feather Star-Lord and the Red Silk Star-Lord were fighting more and more fiercely, and their position was getting higher and higher. They were already 600 meters above the ground. At this moment, Zhou Jie suddenly had an idea. At this distance, and the two Star-Lords were fighting fiercely, they didn't have time to take care of his spaceship. Perhaps he could take the opportunity to take the spaceship and escape. With this thought in mind, Zhou Jie couldn't hold it in any longer. Although his previous plan was good, Zhou Jie was also afraid that things would suddenly change. Naturally, he wanted to escape as soon as possible and be at ease. They're still rising. Okay, now's the time. Zhou Jie saw that the Red Silk Star-Lord and the Black Feather Star-Lord were already 800 meters above the ground. He immediately made up his mind and ran out of the spaceship. Crack! The cabin door of the spaceship opened, and Zhou Jie flashed out. After landing, he quickly put the spaceship into a spatial ring and ran in a certain direction. Although Zhou Jie's movements were fast and careful, the two Star Lords still sensed the sudden disappearance of the spaceship below. Damn it! The Black Feather Star Lord cursed as soon as he sensed the disappearance of the spaceship below. He forced the Red Silk Star Lord to retreat and distance himself. Wait a minute, Red Silk Star Lord. The Black Feather Star Lord immediately stopped her. Upon hearing this, Star Master Red Damask stopped attacking. Her gaze quickly scanned the ground. Zhou Jie was rapidly moving into the distance, getting further and further away from them. When the Black Feather Star Master saw this, he turned around and saw that there was only Zhou Jie. He immediately realized something and said to the Red Silk Star Master, "Let's fight later. I have to kill that brat first." After hurriedly saying this, the Black Feather Star Master left the Red Silk Star Master and chased after Zhou Jie. Although the Red Silk Star Master was baffled by this, the only person she wanted to kill was the Black Feather Star Master. Naturally, she would not allow him to escape. Thus, she immediately chased after him. Zhou Jie ran madly all the way, flipping over 3 hills in a row. Only then did he remember to look back at the sky. It would have been better if he didn't look. Once he did, Zhou Jie's heart tightened. In the sky, 2 figures were chasing after him, one in front and one behind. The black shadow in front was only a few dozen meters above his head, and the height was only 400 or 500 meters. After roughly sensing the speed of the 2 Star Lords, Zhou Jie felt a chill in his heart. Their flying speed was much faster than his running speed. Zhou Jie estimated that they would catch up to him in less than a minute. Zhou Jie turned his head again and confirmed that the 2 were indeed approaching him. He immediately made up his mind and turned around to stop running. The Black Feather Star Master was overjoyed to see Zhou Jie suddenly stop. He sped up and attacked Zhou Jie, planning to kill Zhou Jie as fast as lightning before the Red Silk Star Master caught up with him. He would then rob Zhou Jie of his belongings and escape at all costs. What a joke. The Red Silk Star Master was so difficult to deal with. If he stayed to fight, he might actually be killed by her. It would be better to rob Zhou Jie of his treasures and escape first. There would be plenty of opportunities to face the Red Silk Star Master in the future. Zhou Jie stared at the Black Feather Star Master, who was swooping down. He released his mental power and covered a radius of 50 meters. The Golden Lotus sword on his back was ready to attack. However, the Black Feather Star Lord didn't take Zhou Jie's ready to fight seriously, because he believed that a Star Lord could completely crush a Class X. Even if Zhou Jie wasn't at the peak of Class X, he was absolutely confident that he could kill him in one hit. Dying. When the distance was less than 100 meters, the Black Feather Star Master sped up to the limit and shot toward Zhou Jie like a black arrow in the air. Zhou Jie was not afraid. The Golden Lotus sword instantly formed a formation, unstoppable. Dong! In less than a second, the Black Feather Star Master's blade arrived and collided with the Golden Lotus sword formation. Suddenly, a thunderous sound burst out. However, Zhou Jie was already prepared. He rolled forward before the collision. The Black Feather Star Master had seriously underestimated Zhou Jie's explosive attack power. Although Zhou Jie's unstoppable was still broken by his saber, the strong resistance caused his speed to decrease sharply. When he continued to charge forward for a distance, he realized that Zhou Jie had already run behind him. However, less than 30 meters after Zhou Jie rolled forward, the Red Silk Star Master suddenly descended to a position less than 15 meters in front of Zhou Jie and less than 5 meters from the ground. A pair of cold, beautiful eyes stared straight at Zhou Jie. This time, Zhou Jie did not dare to move. Since the other party did not attack, there was obviously room for negotiation. If he insisted on running away, the other party might attack. Who are you? What are you doing here? Is that spaceship yours? The Red Silk Star Master looked at Zhou Jie and suddenly asked. Zhou Jie was about to answer when he suddenly felt a wave of pressure coming from behind. His expression immediately changed, and he subconsciously dodged to the side. The Red Silk Star Master also attacked at lightning speed. The folding fan in her hand exploded with red energy, blocking the Black Feather Star Master's attack for Zhou Jie. Red Silk, you still want to stop me? The Black Feather Star Master saw this and immediately glared at the Red Silk Star Master. The Red Silk Star Master heard this and coldly snorted. Since you want to kill him, I naturally have to protect him. I just want to make you unhappy. When the Black Feather Star Master heard what the Red Silk Star Master said, the cold light surging in his eyes became sharper. The Black Feather Star Master was about to say something, but Zhou Jie asked the Black Feather Star Master at this moment, "Why do you want to kill me?" The Black Feather Star Master was stunned when he heard this question. He immediately sneered and said, "Don't you know the saying, an ordinary man is innocent, but treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime?" When Zhou Jie heard this, he frowned. Although there was no problem with the Black Feather Star Master's reason, he felt that something was wrong. However, he could not pinpoint what was wrong. When the Red Silk Star Master saw this, she said to Zhou Jie, "Don't worry. With me around, he can't kill you." When Zhou Jie heard the Red Silk Star Master's words, he was instantly overjoyed. He immediately said to the Red Silk Star Master, "Thank you, Senior Red Silk. I am here on a mission. I did not expect to encounter a group of Zergs. After I escaped by luck, I recuperated in the spaceship. Then, I met all of you." Zhou Jie's words basically answered the Red Silk Star Master's question. It made the Red Silk Star Master feel very proud. She nodded slightly and then turned to the Black Feather Star Master and said, "Black Feather, let's continue to fight to the death." When the Black Feather Star Master saw that things had turned out this way, although he was a little unwilling that he could not kill Zhou Jie, he still had the intention to retreat. With the Red Silk Star Master around, it would be difficult to kill Zhou Jie. If the two of them joined forces, he would be in a passive position. It was better for him to escape now. Where there is life, there is hope. However, just as the Black Feather Star Master made up his mind, Zhou Jie said, "Senior Red Silk, I can help you." As he spoke, Zhou Jie directly controlled the Golden Lotus Sword and circled behind the Black Feather Star Master. His intention was very obvious. He wanted to stop the Black Feather Star Master from escaping. When the Black Feather Star Master saw this, his pupils shrank. His eyes almost spat fire. However, he had no way to kill Zhou Jie at this time. Therefore, he could only threaten Zhou Jie. "You very good. I will kill you in the future. Don't worry." As he spoke, the Black Feather Star Master flashed and escaped to the side without hesitation. The Red Silk Star Master and Zhou Jie were already prepared for this. At that moment, Zhou Jie had a thought, and the Golden Lotus Sword moved towards the Black Feather Star Master at a speed faster than the Black Feather Star Master. It was the Golden Lotus Sword formation's Tai Chi diagram. The Red Silk Star Master instantly chased after him. Countless red threads shot out from her body and wrapped around the Black Feather Star Master. She also wanted to stop the Black Feather Star Master from escaping. "You still want to take revenge in the future? Stop dreaming. You will stay here today." The Red Silk Star Master scolded. She held her folding fan and chased after the Black Feather Star Master. She stabbed at him mercilessly. "You have gone too far." The Black Feather Star Master was affected by the Golden Lotus Sword formation and finally lost the chance to escape. When he felt the terrifying attack behind him, he turned around furiously and clashed with the Red Silk Star Master in midair. Chapter 59. However, the Red Silk Star Master was indeed slightly stronger than the Black Feather Star Master. Hence, both of them used their full strength. The Red Silk Star Master threw his old sword and suppressed the Black Feather Star Master. This collision caused the Black Feather Star Master to retreat, and the blood in his body surged. The Red Silk Star Master's situation was relatively better. After receiving the recoil, she only rotated in midair to reduce the force. Then, she held her fan and attacked the Black Feather Star Master again. Zhou Jie also saw the opportunity. At this moment, he used the Golden Lotus Sword formation, Meteor Fall, to attack the Black Feather Star Master, who was in midair from the side. He wanted to kill the Black Feather Star Master while he was down. Zhou Jie's Golden Lotus Sword formation had the attack power of a Star Lord. The Black Feather Star Master had to use 50% of his strength to deal with it. However, the Red Silk Star Master followed closely behind. This made it difficult for the Black Feather Star Master to block the Red Silk Star Master's attack after blocking Zhou Jie's sword formation. Hence, in an instant, the Black Feather Star Master was shocked and angry. He was shocked because it seemed that he was in danger of dying. He was angry because he was going to die because of Zhou Jie. It should be known that he was originally here to kill Zhou Jie. However, the Black Feather Star Master didn't have time to think too much. He had no choice but to use less strength to block Zhou Jie's Golden Lotus Sword formation first. Then, he would have enough time to counterattack the Red Silk Star Master's attack. Hence, the Black Feather Star Master attacked with his palm and collided with the Golden Lotus Sword formation, Pucci. The Black Feather Star Master had underestimated Zhou Jie's attack. At this moment, he didn't take it seriously. As his expression changed drastically, several golden swords pierced through the energy of his palm and hit his armor. The golden sword unexpectedly hit its target, causing Black Feather Star Master to be shocked and distracted. At the same time, it also caused his body to be affected. Although Black Feather Star Master was only slightly injured because of his battle armor, it interrupted the move that Black Feather Star Master was about to use to deal with Red Silk Star Master. "Oh no!" The Black Feather Star Master muttered to himself. At the same time, he concentrated on dodging horizontally in the direction of the force. He attempted to increase the distance between them and reduce the damage caused by the Red Silk Star Master's attack. However, the Red Silk Star Master did not use energy to attack. She knew that the Black Feather Star Master would be in a situation where two fists could not fight against four hands. She planned to use close combat to kill the Black Feather Star Master. Whoosh! Clank! Star Master Red Silk slashed down with her fan and was barely blocked by Star Master Black Feather. However, Star Master Black Feather, who was already in an extremely passive situation, had no power to fight back. Star Mistress Red Silk once again attacked like lightning. Her folding fan exploded with rays of red light energy. Along with the tip of the fan, she attacked Star Mistress Black Feather's vital points. The Black Feather Star Lord resisted with all his might, but it was getting harder and harder for him to withstand. Finally, when the Red Silk Star Lord attacked with her 18th fan, the Black Feather Star Lord made a mistake in his defense. The fan knocked the double-headed saber out of his hand, and the red energy hit his chest, causing him to vomit blood and fly backward. Zhou Jie had been following Star Master Red Silk's attacks since the beginning. Seeing this, he immediately unleashed his mental power. Golden Lotus Sword Array, invincible. The Golden Lotus Sword Array was activated very quickly. In addition, the Golden Lotus Sword Array was waiting for an opportunity to attack around Star Master Black Feather. Therefore, when Star Master Black Feather flew backward and vomited blood, the Golden Lotus Sword Array was formed and stabbed towards Star Master Black Feather from one side. Pucci! With a dull sound, the Golden Lotus Sword Array stabbed into Star Master Black Feather's right abdomen. Then, it pierced through his armor with great difficulty, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Star Master Black Feather's eyes were wide open in anger. He looked at the wound on his abdomen in disbelief. Feeling his life force start to drain away, he instantly felt cold from head to toe. It's over. Star Master Black Feather's final thought flashed through his mind. Then, dozens of thin red lines sealed his surroundings, cutting off his last hope of escaping. Of course, the moment his abdomen was pierced, Star Master Black Feather realized that he was definitely going to die. Therefore, he didn't think of escaping. Facing Star Mistress Red Silk's powerful attack, he roared angrily and attacked Star Mistress Red Silk's head with his life on the line. Pucci! Blood splattered again. Star Master Black Feather's head was thrown high into the air. His eyes were wide open, and he looked like he had died with a grievance. At the last moment, Star Mistress Red Silk lowered her head and dodged Star Master Black Feather's attack on her head. Then, the folding fan in her hand suddenly accelerated and slashed towards Star Master Black Feather's neck. The injured Star Master Black Feather didn't have time to change his move and instantly died. Seeing this, Zhou Jie instantly heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he became vigilant again and quickly recalled the golden lotus sword array. After the red silk star master killed the black feather star master, she hovered in midair. She watched as the black feather star master's corpse fell to the ground. She suddenly felt something empty in her heart, and an indescribable sadness welled up in her heart. Brother, sister has avenged you. After a long time, Star Mistress Red Silk took a deep breath and softly said this sentence. Zhou Jie looked at Star Mistress Red Silk's back. Hearing her sudden words, he suddenly felt emotional. At the same time, he also relaxed his vigilance. At this moment, he believed that he wouldn't be in danger anymore. After a few seconds, Star Mistress Red Silk turned around in the air and flew to a place less than 5 meters away from Zhou Jie and landed. Senior Red Silk. Zhou Jie saw Star Mistress Red Silk approaching and nodded slightly. Star Mistress Red Silk continued to walk 3 steps toward Zhou Jie and then stopped. She looked at Zhou Jie and said, "This time, I have to thank you. If it wasn't for you, I might not have been able to kill Black Feather." Hearing Star Mistress Red Silk's words, Zhou Jie immediately felt more at ease. Hence, he said, "Senior, you don't have to be so polite. I should be the one thanking you. If it wasn't for you saving me first, I might have already died." Star Mistress Red Silk was silent for a moment. Then, she ignored Star Master Black Feather and suddenly asked, "That's right. What mission are you here for? Have you joined the 5 major forces in the star field?" Hearing this, Zhou Jie was slightly stunned. Then he answered truthfully, "I just started exploring the galaxy. Not long ago, I took the bounty hunter assessment and accepted a mission to kill Zerg. Hence, I came here." "So, you've joined the Bounty Hunter Alliance?" Star Mistress Red Silk suddenly frowned and asked. When Zhou Jie heard Star Mistress Red Silk's attitude, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. However, he still said calmly, "Yes, I just joined." Hearing this, Star Mistress Red Silk nodded slightly and said, "Well, then you probably haven't come into contact with the Bounty Hunter Alliance's internal affairs. That's good. As long as you haven't been pulled in as an internal member, you're dispensable in the Bounty Hunter Alliance." Senior, what do you mean by that?" Zhou Jie couldn't help but ask in confusion. When Star Mistress Red Silk heard this, she immediately answered frankly, "It's nothing. I just want you to join our Star Sword Alliance. Our Star Sword Alliance is the leader of the 5 major forces. We pay a lot of attention to the cultivation of geniuses. I see that you're very young, but you have such strength. It's not easy. In addition, you helped me kill Black Feather. Hence, I want you to join the Star Sword Alliance. Then, I can recommend you to participate in the upcoming Apex Genius Competition." Apex Genius Competition. Zhou Jie couldn't help but repeat this term. He suddenly remembered that Kakashi seemed to have told him that the Star Sword Alliance paid a lot of attention to the cultivation of geniuses. It seemed that they had even established an elite cultivation base specifically for the cultivation of geniuses. Yes, Star Mistress Red Silk thought that Zhou Jie was asking about the Apex Genius Competition. So she immediately explained, "The Apex Genius Competition is a Starfield-level competition sponsored by the Star Sword Alliance. At first, it was completely organized by the Star Sword Alliance. In recent years, it has been jointly organized by the 5 major forces of the Starfield level. However, the Star Sword Alliance is still the main organizer. This Apex Genius Competition can be said to be a gathering of countless geniuses in the Starfield level. The requirements for the participants are very strict. Only those who have reached rank X can participate, and they must be under the age of 35. Just this rule alone makes many self-proclaimed geniuses feel powerless." When Star Mistress Red Silk said this, she looked at Zhou Jie and asked, "You should be less than 30 years old, right?" Zhou Jie heard this and nodded. "Yes." Star Mistress Red Silk suddenly smiled and said, "That's good. With your strength, if you prepare well, you might be able to enter the elite cultivation base of a level 1 sub-league. That way, I can also benefit from it." Level 1 sub-league? Zhou Jie heard this and asked a little awkwardly. Star Mistress Red Silk saw this and patiently explained, The Star Sword Alliance is a very large organization that crosses the star sectors. Naturally, there is only one headquarters. However, since it can spread its influence throughout the entire starfield level, it naturally has many branches. These branches are divided into Level 1 subleagues, Level 2 subleagues, and Level 3 subleagues, according to the size of their management area and authority. For ordinary star sectors like ours, there are only a few Level 3 subleagues and only one Level 3 subleague headquarters. Regardless of the level of headquarters, some of them have elite cultivation bases to cultivate elites of the corresponding level. Chapter 60. Zhou Jin nodded slightly. Indeed, for a large organization like the Star Sword Alliance, there would naturally be many branches. However, some galaxies were more developed while others were less developed. The division of the Alliance would naturally need to be segregated into different levels to achieve better resource allocation and corresponding management. Then, Senior, I still need to return to the Bounty Hunter Association to hand in the mission items. Only then will I be able to receive the mission reward. If you have any arrangements, you can tell me now. We can proceed after I hand in the mission. How about it? Zhou Jie thought for a moment and said. The Red Silk Star Master understood this very well. She nodded and said, well, since you have completed the mission, you naturally have to hand it in. Otherwise, it would have been a waste. However, you don't have to hand it in yourself. I can send someone to do it for you. How about you stay here and train for a while? Zhou Jie was slightly surprised by the Red Silk Star Master's words. Out of vigilance, he did not know if he should agree or not. The Red Silk Star Master saw this and seemed to understand Zhou Jie's concerns. She explained, I am in charge of the research base on planet Zerg. There are many resources and equipment there that can help you train. There is still a year and a half before the Genius competition. I hope that you have more time to strengthen yourself. If you hand in a mission, it will take at least 1 or 2 months, right? After saying this, the Red Silk Star Master was afraid that Zhou Jie would still be worried. So she added, don't worry, I won't be like Hey You, who covets your treasures. What I want is for you to obtain a certain ranking in the Genius competition. As the person who recommended you, I can receive a reward that might help me break through my bottleneck. The Red Silk Star Master made it so clear, which made Zhou Jie a little embarrassed. He immediately nodded and said, Senior Red Silk, you are too serious. I just felt that this matter was too sudden, so I hesitated. Since Senior has said so, I am naturally happy to agree. Okay. The Red Silk Star Master saw this and could not help but nod. What is your name? Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie answered truthfully. Good, come with me. I will bring you to the research base on planet Zerg. I will send someone to help you hand in the mission and retrieve the reward items. The Red Silk Star Master quickly said. A few minutes later, Zhou Jie sat in the Red Silk Star Master spaceship and started chatting with her. So you chose to become stronger because you needed revenge for your younger brother's death. Fortunately, you and I have already taken our revenge, the Red Silk Star Master said. Zhou Jie had lost his younger brother. When Star Master Red Silk said this, Zhou Jie lowered his head and fell into silence. Naturally, he thought of his little brother again. Although they were still very young at that time, the scene of his little brother being killed by Ross was still unforgettable, and the memory was still fresh in his mind. The Red Silk Star Master saw this, and seemed to understand why Zhou Jie was like this. She did not ask any more questions. She only picked up the teacup on the side table, and silently drank the tea. After a few minutes, the spaceship's speed started to decrease. Soon it stopped. At this time, the Red Silk Star Master stood up and said, We have arrived. Follow me. Just as Star-Lord Red Silk finished speaking, the flying ship landed steadily. The cabin door quickly opened as Star-Lord Red Silk walked towards the door. Zhou Jie followed behind the Red Silk Star Master and got off the spaceship. He looked around and realized that he was in an extremely spacious area of hardened muddy ground. A few spaceships of various sizes were parked on both sides of the muddy ground. There was a wide road with a diameter of about 100 meters in the middle. Zhou Jie looked up again. he saw that there was a faint energy fluctuation at a certain height above his head. He knew that there was an invisible energy shield there. It was specially used to isolate the effects of the harsh environment. Red Silk Star Master saw Zhou Jie looking around and said, "Let's go. This is the parking area behind a base." She then walked toward the wide road in the middle. Zhou Jie followed closely behind the Red Silk Star Master and walked out of the parking area. They then entered a completely sealed metal tunnel. After walking along the tunnel for a while, they entered a white tunnel that was 7 to 8 meters wide. Star Mistress Red Silk walked in front without saying a word. Along the way, a few people wearing white coats passed by and called out Star Mistress in fear and trepidation. After receiving a nod from Star Mistress Red Silk, they quickened their pace and walked away. Just like that, Zhou Jie followed the Red Silk Star Master to a spacious training field in the middle of the base. It was a square that was more than 400 meters long. There was a large dome above the field, making the entire field look even bigger. There was also some basic equipment for measuring strength and speed at the edge of the field. There was even a huge spherical room. Zhou Jie guessed that it was a gravity room. However, what made Zhou Jie feel strange was that there was not a single person in the huge training field. At this time, the Red Silk Star Master turned to Zhou Jie and said, "You have seen it too. This is the base's training field. However, it is only open at certain times. There will be guards training here. Most of the time, it is empty. The only thing that is useful to you is the gravity room. It can be adjusted to 300 times the standard gravity. Sometimes I will train in there as well. However, I will let you use it for this period of time." Red Silk Star Master spoke halfway and pointed to the black spherical room at the edge of the field. Zhou Jie heard this and nodded. He immediately said gratefully, "Thank you, Senior. Then, give me your mission information and mission items. I will send people to help you retrieve your rewards." Red Silk Star Master continued. Therefore, Zhou Jie did not hesitate to take out the Zerg's forearms from his space ring and handed them to Red Silk Star Master. Then, he told her about his mission information. Red Silk Star Master took the 4 Zerg's forearms. Her gaze paused on Zhou Jie's space ring for a moment. However, she did not reveal any greed. She continued to speak calmly. "Well, wait here for a moment. I will find someone to arrange a place for you. After that, you can walk around the base freely. However, do not enter the areas that are marked unauthorized persons only. Understand?" "Understood," Zhou Jie naturally replied straightforwardly. Red Silk Star Master then turned and left. After waiting for about 2 minutes, an elegant middle-aged man in a black suit walked in front of Zhou Jie. He bowed slightly and said, "Hello, Mr. Zhou. I am the manager here. My name is Yang Yun. The Star Master has asked me to arrange a place for you. Please follow me." Therefore, Zhou Jie followed Yang Yun to a white building. In front of a room on the 2nd floor, Yang Yun opened the door and gave the key to Zhou Jie. He then showed Zhou Jie the interior of the room. The room was almost completely milky white. The walls and floor were made of metal. Under the white light, they reflected a faint white halo. Only the large white bed in the middle seemed very thick and soft. The items and facilities in the room were also relatively complete. The commonly used virtual network equipment was available. Other than the lack of a kitchen, it was perfect. "Mr. Zhou, there is no kitchen here. If you need food, you can go to the cafeteria. Food is provided all day long. If you have any other questions, you can tell me now or contact me when the time comes. The first number saved in the communicator is mine," Yang Yun said to Zhou Jie. "There's no problem for the time being." "Thank you." Zhou Jie was still very satisfied with his house, so he nodded slightly. After a while, Yang Yun left. Zhou Jie familiarized himself with the room a little. After locking the door, he went to the training ground. He could not wait to use the gravity room. 300 times the standard gravity. Zhou Jie felt excited just thinking about it. Although he had a concept of gravity, he did not know if he could withstand the so-called 300 times standard gravity. Previously, Zhou Jie had used 100 times standard gravity on the spaceship in the Galaxy Munitions factory. However, due to the defects in the manufacturing of the gravity room and the wear and tear of the equipment over a long period of time, the The gravity room on the spaceship could not reach 100 times standard gravity. It did not even reach 95 times standard gravity. As Zhou Jie approached the gravity room, he discovered that the entrance was wide open. The room was empty, and there was nothing inside. However, this was a natural situation. Zhou Jie stood at the entrance for a few seconds before entering the gravity room. Based on his previous experience using the gravity room on the spaceship, Zhou Jie found a series of control buttons near the entrance. Click bang! Zhou Jie pressed a button, and the door of the gravity room closed. Then, Zhou Jie pressed the button for 100 times standard gravity. Chapter 61. The gravity room was activated, and 100 times the standard gravity suddenly appeared. Although Zhou Jie was prepared, he still lost his balance and almost fell to the ground. The gravity here seems to be a little stronger than on the spaceship. It's beyond my expectations. Zhou Jie struggled to stand up straight as he breathed heavily. Then, Zhou Jie adjusted his condition and began to warm up. After a round of warming up, Zhou Jie felt that he had adapted to the gravity, so he took out the Kadi's blade and began to practice close combat swordsmanship. A few minutes later, Zhou Jie felt a little exhausted, so he continued to circulate the energy in his body to recover. He sat cross-legged on the ground and controlled the Golden Lotus sword to dance in the air. Under 100 times the standard gravity, Zhou Jie found it extremely difficult to control the Golden Lotus sword. Just driving it 10 meters away was already close to his limit. Moreover, once it was split into 144 golden swords, driving it was as slow as a swamp. If he was not careful, a few golden swords would fall off. It was impossible to form the Golden Lotus sword array. However, Zhou Jie also knew that the more difficult something was, the more it meant that he had trained to the limit. This kind of training was the most effective. Therefore, after Zhou Jie drove the Golden Lotus sword to 10 meters away, he began to try to control the Golden Lotus sword by splitting it into 144 golden swords. Clang, clang, clang. As soon as the Golden Lotus sword was split, a few golden swords fell to the ground, making a crisp sound of metal colliding. However, under the terrifying gravity, the golden swords could not bounce back up after falling to the ground and were stuck to the metal floor. The veins on Zhou Jie's forehead bulged, and his body began to tremble slightly. Although he was using his mental strength, Zhou Jie's appearance at this moment was as if he was experiencing the last leg of a marathon that had been squeezed to the limit. He was sweating profusely, and his breath had become very unstable. After the golden swords fell to the ground, Zhou Jie found that it was almost impossible to pick them up again. After several attempts, Zhou Jie dropped even more golden swords, which consumed a lot of his mental power. After a few seconds of dying struggle, finally, with a clang, all the golden swords fell to the ground. After relaxing his mental power, Zhou Jie did not feel relaxed. Instead, he felt dizzy and the back of his head suddenly hurt. However, the strengthening of his mental power was reflected in his brain. Zhou Jie could still feel that his brain had slightly increased due to the appropriate overdraft just now. After a comprehensive overdraft, Zhou Jie began to recover himself. First, he recovered his energy with all his strength. With the continuous improvement of his strength, Zhou Jie increasingly felt the importance of the energy in his body. It was like a torrent. Usually, it was highly concentrated and hidden in every cell in his body. When he used it, it quickly spread out and gathered. It was like an extension of his arm, allowing him to burst out several times the strength under normal circumstances. It was enough to break gold and break stone. After a few hours, Zhou Jie's energy was fully recovered, and then he began to take the initiative to recover his mental power. However, in fact, with Zhou Jie's current level, his understanding and use of mental power was still very low. It could not even be considered a beginner. Therefore, his mental power recovery mainly relied on the recuperation of his brain. Now, he was only using energy to nourish his brain cells to promote the recovery of his mental power. After more than 3 hours, Zhou Jie felt that he had almost recovered, so he began the previous training again. In this cycle, Zhou Jie persisted for almost 3 days and 3 nights. During this time, Red Silk wanted to talk to Zhou Jie about the summit tournament, but she did not expect Zhou Jie to stay in the gravity room for a few days. Therefore, she gave up and planned to talk to Zhou Jie later. After 3 days of training, Zhou Jie finally found that his recovery speed had decreased by a lot. Whether it was his energy recovery speed or mental power recovery speed, they were all increased by more than an hour. Moreover, his body was more prone to fatigue. This made him realize that his previous recovery was not complete. Therefore, the fatigue continued to accumulate, leading to his current situation. Therefore, Zhou Jie planned to rest for half a day, eat a good meal, and then sleep before continuing his training. After 2 months, Zhou Jie increased the intensity of his previous training and increased the difficulty of his mental power training. After another 2 months, Zhou Jie began to use 110 times gravity. After Zhou Jie used 110 times gravity for 9 days, he was summoned by Star Lord Red Silk. Red Silk gave Zhou Jie 3 boxes of grade 10 nutrient fluids. Then, she said to Zhou Jie, "There is still a little more than a year before the summit tournament begins. I see that you have worked hard enough, so I have more confidence in you. Take these nutrient fluids and use them first. Once they're used up, I will give you more next month." Zhou Jie was flattered. He wanted to refuse, but in the end, he was persuaded by Red Silk and accepted the 3 boxes of grade 10 nutrient fluids. Then, Red Silk said to Zhou Jie, "Cultivate as usual. In the last 1 or 2 months, I will give you special training again. After that, I will bring you to the nearest level 3 Alliance branch. You will be recommended by me, so you do not need to participate in the preliminaries. Just wait there and be sent to the level 2 Alliance's division." Hearing this, Zhou Jie nodded, half understanding. "Okay, I will listen to Senior's arrangements." Red Silk did not say anything else and let Zhou Jie take the nutrient fluids and leave. Time flowed like water. Zhou Jie cultivated in the gravity room day after day. His strength was also slowly increasing. Of course, this slow speed was too fast for ordinary grade 10 cultivators. Zhou Jie's strength had reached the peak of the X level. Theoretically, he could fight a Star Lord if he unleashed his full strength. However, while Zhou Jie was preparing for the Apex Genius competition, there were also many extraordinary geniuses who were preparing for the upcoming competition. The Raging Fire Galaxy, the Raging Fire Planet, was a planet completely controlled by the Raging Fire family. The galaxy it was located in was also called Raging Fire. Obviously, it was also influenced by the Raging Fire family. The Raging Fire family, also known as the Lai family, was an extremely ancient family that had existed for more than 50,000 years. Even the Sky Sea Cosmic Nation, which had the longest history of the 5 top forces in the current star field, did not have as long a history as the Lai family. Such a long history naturally required the support of a strong foundation. The founder of the Lai family was an extremely powerful Horde Lord. Although the Lai family did not compete for hegemony when he was alive, its influence at that time was only second to the 5 top forces. Although the founder of the Lai family had died, and there was no news of a new Horde Lord, its terrifying heritage made it impossible for any force in the Wanton Sea Star Zone to underestimate it. At this moment, in the Lai family's castle on the Raging Fire Planet, in an empty training ground, a skinny young man with short red hair was fighting against a Star Lord in white armor. What was terrifying was that the red-haired young man was only grade 10. However, his strength was astonishing, and his attacks were accompanied by flames. The Star Lord was in a difficult situation. "Show me your real strength." "It's not satisfying." The red-haired young man roared at some point and punched the white-armored Star Lord away. The white-armored Star Master was shocked to be knocked back by a punch. But when he heard the words, he immediately used all his strength and replied, "Young Master, be careful. Dragon Flame Fist." The white-armored Star Lord roared and punched with all his strength. The powerful force twisted the air and caused the space to tremble slightly. The red-haired young man also used all his strength and punched out without any fancy moves. But the fire energy on his body was even more violent. Bang! After a violent collision, the white-armored Star-Lord's body was thrown high into the air and blood splashed out. The red-haired young man landed heavily on the ground and cursed after standing up. Damn it, so weak. Did you not eat? In the dean's office in the headquarters of the mysterious Land Academy, a sloppy old man with a white beard looked at the white-clothed young man in front of the desk and said with a lewd smile, "Ching Kong, you have to participate in this year's competition." Why? The white-clothed young man was confused because he didn't think that participating in this so-called competition was meaningful to him. Because you're the treasure of our academy. It's time to take you out to dry. Besides, it's quite amazing this time. That little monster from the Lai family is participating. So, is the kid from the Lee family, the Lai family's rival. Then, because of these two people, Veronica from the Star Sword Alliance is also participating. You're the perfect person to join in the fun, the sloppy old man said with a lewd smile. Chapter 62. After hearing the sloppy old man's words, the young man's eyes sharpened, and he said loudly, "Veronica? Okay, I'll participate." "That's right. You just need to prepare a little in the last few months. You don't have to participate in the preliminary round. I'll ask Old Xing to send you directly to the second-level competition venue to participate in the preliminary round," the sloppy old man said with a smile when he saw the white-clothed young man agree. Sky Sea Cosmic Nation, Sky Sea Nation's capital. In the dark and spacious hall, there were only two people in it. One of them was the Sky Sea Universe country's leader, who was sitting on a high throne. The other was a tall and sturdy youth in silver-blue armor, kneeling in the middle of the hall. "Lei Ba, do you know why I've called you here?" The leader of Sky Sea Universe country, dressed in a sky-blue robe, asked from the high platform. "I don't know." The armored young man, Lei Ba, who was kneeling on the ground, replied. Although his posture was extremely low, his voice was loud and powerful, and it was filled with confidence. The king of Sky Sea Cosmic Nation said, "It's because I've chosen you for this year's Pinnacle Genius competition. Not long ago, I took you in as a registered disciple because your performance was the best. Even among my official disciples, there aren't many who are better than you in the mortal body stage. Coincidentally, this year's Pinnacle Genius competition is different from the past, so I've decided to send you in. If you can enter the top 8, I'll take you in as a core disciple. If you can enter the top 4, or even win, I'll take you in as a direct disciple." Lei Ba heard this and was very excited, but he suppressed his emotions and bowed. "Thank you, my king. I won't let you down and win." Similar situations kept happening in the various superpowers. This meant that Zhou Jie's participation in this year's Pinnacle Genius competition was even more valuable than before. Time continued to pass, and there were less than 5 months left until the Pinnacle Genius competition's preliminaries. On this day, Zhou Jie was cultivating in the gravity room, as usual. He was in the middle of recovery, and when he started to think about something, he remembered something. "No, this is already the 5th time. I've forgotten about it after the training. I'll end it early this time." Zhou Jie suddenly muttered to himself. Then, he got up and turned off the 120 times gravity with his voice and quickly left the gravity room. Not long ago, in the G-class spaceship in Zhou Jie's spatial ring, Kakashi was rummaging through the kitchen. The tongue tendon noodles are gone. Mrs. Lu's fragrant chicken drumstick was gone. Super Burger King was gone. LaTV's delicious drinks were gone. Xiangxi crispy noodles? It's gone too. Kakashi rummaged through the remaining 2 piles of food and finally confirmed that he had finished all his favorite food. The rest of the food was defective and couldn't stimulate his appetite. So Kakashi simply sat down on the kitchen floor, grabbed a bag of snacks, and started to eat. As he ate, he muttered, "Zhou Jie, you heartless man, Ba. You heartless big bad guy, are you dead or not? You left me here alone, helpless, alone, hanging by a thread." Kakashi's eyes suddenly lit up. He jumped up from the floor and ran out of the kitchen ecstatically, muttering, "Zhou Jie, you're finally here." At the same time, Zhou Jie had entered the G-class spaceship and was walking toward the central corridor. The kitchen happened to be near the central corridor. When Kakashi was less than 100 meters away from Zhou Jie sensed the movement caused by Kakashi's movement and immediately walked toward Kakashi. "Jocko, I missed you so much." Kakashi and Zhou Jie met at the corner. Kakashi immediately jumped into Zhou Jie's arms and shouted loudly. Zhou Jie was hit in the chest by Kakashi's headbutt, and his breathing stagnated. He subconsciously hugged Kakashi to his waist and said helplessly, "Sorry, I've been busy with training recently and forgot to let you out." Kakashi heard this and swept away his previous complaints about Zhou Jie's absence. He said generously, "It's okay. It's just leaving me alone for a few months. Jocko, your training is the most important." Zhou Jie heard this and couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. He still hugged Kakashi but said, "But in the current situation, you still can't go out. I don't want Red Silk to find you." "What? I still can't go out? Wow, I was just joking. I want to go out and eat good food." Kakashi heard Zhou Jie's words and his expression changed. Zhou Jie had no choice but to tell Kakashi about his experience after Kakashi went into hibernation. Only then did Kakashi understand the reason. "Wow, I'm so pitiful. Jocko, where did you put the spaceship now? Aren't you afraid of being found out?" Kakashi suddenly asked. "It's in the training ground. There's usually no one in the training ground, so no one will find it for the time being. Even if they find out, it's fine. Red Silk knows that I have a spaceship and a space ring," Zhou Jie explained calmly. That's good." Kakashi immediately curled his lips and thought for a moment. "But Jocko, you want to participate in the Summit Genius competition. I have to find a way to help you. Otherwise, with your current strength, it'll be very difficult for you to win the Summit Genius competition. That would be too embarrassing for the Sacred Land's heritage." Zhou Jie was so shocked that he almost choked when he heard Kakashi's words. He said dumbfoundedly, "Kakashi, your requirements are too high. Champion of the Genius competition? This is a Star Realm level competition with countless geniuses. It won't be as easy as you think to win." Hearing Zhou Jie's words, Kakashi curled his lips and said, That's true. But it's mainly because there's not much time left. I was planning to wait for Jocko to reach the Star Lord level before I started practicing the Sacred Land's various ultimate skills. Now that I can't reach the Star Lord level, I have to greatly increase my strength in a short time without the resources of the Sacred Land. So forget it. I'll try my best." Zhou Jie said. "Forget it? How can I forget it? No, I have to find a way for you. If we won't win, we have to win." Kakashi raised his head and said. Zhou Jie was stunned again. "Then what are you going to do?" Zhou Jie was curious about where Kakashi's confidence came from. I have an idea. It'll be a bit painful, right? Come on, Jocko, let me tell you, half a month before the preliminaries of the Apex Genius competition, Zhou Jie was still training in the gravity room. Moreover, he was training under 150 times the normal gravity, and he would often stay there for over 10 days. This situation was much better than when Zhou Jie talked with Kakashi a few months ago. A few months ago, Zhou Jie could only stay in 130 times gravity for 3 or 4 days. The reason why Zhou Jie could become so much stronger in less than half a year was because of Kakashi's bad idea. Although the result was very satisfactory to Zhou Jie didn't want to go through the process again. And this process was actually very simple. That was, Zhou Jie constantly tried to mobilize the power of the Thunder Soul Pearl to refine his body. Moreover, it was under dozens of times the gravity. The Thunder Soul Pearl was a part of the Emperor weapon, and its power was comparable to that of an Emperor weapon. It had the power to destroy the stars. Zhou Jie couldn't use all of it at the moment. He could only draw it out bit by bit, as if he was drawing water from deep underground. Even so, Zhou Jie was almost seriously injured when he tried to use it to refine his body. Moreover, in the process of tempering one's body with the power of thunder and lightning, the pain was something that anyone who used it would know. Zhou Jie had never thought that such a violent power could be used to temper his body. It was only with the method taught to him by Kakashi that he was barely able to do it. The result was that Zhou Jie's physical strength soared crazily. Although he hadn't condensed a star core and become a Star Lord, the hallmark of a Star Lord was to condense energy into a star core. Zhou Jie felt that he was stronger than the average Star Lord. This was the fundamental reason why he could easily train under 150 times gravity for more than 10 days. I have to go to the location of the preliminaries today. Let's call it day. After a round of training under 160 times gravity, Zhou Jie walked to the door of the gravity room with sweat all over his body and turned off the supergravity system. Chapter 63. After Zhou Jie left the gravity room, he first returned to his room to take a bath with the last bit of X-ray nutrient fluid he had left. Then, he dressed and headed to Star Master Red Silk's residence. Half an hour later, Zhou Jie boarded Star Master Red Silk's spaceship and followed Star Master Red Silk to the location of the preliminaries. After spending close to half a month's time and passing through a wormhole, Zhou Jie's spaceship arrived at the location of the preliminaries chosen by Star Master Red Silk, the Star Sword Alliance's Level 3 Subleague branch on planet Canberra. Before the spaceship landed, Zhou Jie saw the full view of the Level 3 Subleague branch through the projection screen in the spaceship. Looking from above, it was a huge square metal base. It was similar to the research base on planet Zerg, but it was 2 to 3 times bigger. Moreover, it had more large buildings and was even larger. There was even a laser cannon that was tens of meters tall set up at the front of the base. It was an eye-opener for Zhou Jie. Such a large laser cannon. Zhou Jie estimated that even his G-grade spaceship would not be able to withstand a single shot from it. Soon, Star Master Red Silk's spaceship passed the certification of the Alliance branch and began to descend into the base below. Zhou Jie, I'll bring you directly to register as a recommended person later. You don't have to participate in the preliminaries. Star Master Red Silk said at this time. Okay. Zhou Jie nodded. Red Silk Star Lord had told him about this a long time ago. It was just that he didn't know that he had to register. When the spaceship approached the docking area, Zhou Jie discovered that the docking area below was surrounded by corridors separated by high-strength transparent glass. What made Zhou Jie somewhat surprised was that there was a long queue in one of the corridors. There were even staff members responsible for maintaining order at the side. Zhou Jie looked at this scene for a long time and suddenly understood. Hence, he asked Star Master Red Silk, "Are those people in the queue here to participate in the preliminaries?" "Yes." Red Silk Star Lord glanced at those people that Zhou Jie asked before answering. Zhou Jie couldn't help but be secretly shocked when he received the confirmation. Those who came to participate in the preliminaries of the Genius Tournament had to be Level X experts, and Level X experts were few and far between even on planets like Planet Killer. They were almost extinct on most planets with life. However, this was only one of the Level 3 sub-guilds of the Star Sword Alliance, which was one of the locations for the preliminaries. Over 100 Level X experts had come to participate in the preliminaries. This inevitably shocked Zhou Jie, who hadn't seen much of the world. However, Zhou Jie thought about it and felt that this was normal. After all, although it was only a Level 3 division of the Star Sword Alliance, it was still able to control more than 10 star systems around it. On average, there were almost 100 habitable planets in each star system. Even if there was only one Class X on each planet, there would still be more than that. Soon, Zhou Jie followed Star Master Red Silk out of the spaceship and followed her all the way to the registration of the Genius Tournament's nominees. When Star Master Red Silk registered Zhou Jie's information, Zhou Jie saw that there were already 7 names on the electronic recommendation list. Zhou Jie knew that these people were also exempted from the preliminaries like him. After that, Zhou Jie and Star Master Red Silk arrived at a spacious hall. There were 200 to 300 blue fixed chairs in the hall, but only 20 or so people were sitting there. These people have all passed the preliminaries. You can wait here. There will be a spaceship in the evening to pick you up. Someone will arrange for you to take it to the Level 2 Alliance headquarters. There are very good training grounds and resources there, so it's better to go there early. After Star Master Red Silk brought Zhou Jie to the hall, she said to Zhou Jie, "The spaceship is not allowed to carry contestants. Besides, I still have things to do, so I'll send you off here. I look forward to the news of you passing the preliminaries and entering the top 1,000. When Zhou Jie heard Star Master Red Silk's words and thought about how she had sent him all the way, he immediately felt grateful. Hence, he nodded and said, "Definitely." After Star Master Red Silk left, Zhou Jie, like the others, randomly chose a seat in the hall and sat down. Then, he quietly waited for the time to depart. When it was close to 5 in the evening, there were already 50 to 60 people in the hall. Furthermore, no one had entered for more than 2 hours. This meant that the hundreds of contestants who had lined up at noon had already been eliminated. The passing rate was clearly less than 40%. However, although Zhou Jie was a little surprised by this, since he had been recommended, his strength was definitely enough to pass the preliminaries. This meant that his strength back then, referring to the time when Star Master Red Silk first met Zhou Jie, was at least among the people in the hall. If that's the case, it shouldn't be difficult for me to enter the top 1,000. Zhou Jie secretly calculated in his heart. In fact, he still had the goal of entering the top 100 or even the top 50. This was also because of the confidence that the Thunder Soul Pearl had given him. After waiting for another 10 minutes, a staff member finally came over and asked Zhou Jie and the other contestants to line up and board the spaceship in an orderly manner. Not long after Zhou Jie sat down in order on the spaceship, a staff member of the spaceship informed them that the spaceship would arrive at the preliminaries location in 35 days. Furthermore, the spaceship would provide sufficient capsule rooms and food. However, Zhou Jie was the same as most of the contestants. During these 35 days, he did not eat or go to his capsule room. Instead, he occupied the gravity room in the spaceship to the brim. Furthermore, because there were too many people, everyone discussed and split into 2 groups to use the spaceship for half a day. When the spaceship arrived at the venue, Zhou Jie and the others disembarked from the spaceship. They found themselves under a huge silver-white metal dome. There were only 8 white pillars that were 2 to 3 meters thick on all sides, supporting the 30-meter-tall dome. The spaceship that was picking them up was suspended on one side of the dome platform, slowly retracting the escalator into the cabin. Welcome, another batch of elites participating in the preliminaries of the Apex Genius competition. At this time, a middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes appeared behind Zhou Jie and the others. He greeted everyone with a loud and clear voice. When Zhou Jie and the others heard the voice, the middle-aged man continued, "This is the venue of the preliminaries on an artificial planet. The building you are now in is called the White Building. It will be your residence for the next period of time." The middle-aged man paused for a moment before continuing with a smile. "Of course, I know you're concerned about the competition. The preliminaries have already started before you arrived, but they'll be carried out in batches of 50 people each. Each batch will have 24 hours of competition time. Now, there's a batch of contestants in the competition, so it's not your turn yet. So, follow the staff's guidance and find your assigned room to settle down. Wait for the voice notification from the room and the corridor about the start of the competition. In addition, everyone is tired from the long journey. Your rooms are equipped with X-grade nutrient solution. Take a bath and relax. Have a good time before the competition." The middle-aged man smiled and bowed to everyone. Then he began to arrange for the staff to lead Zhou Jie and the others down the stairs of the platform. The so-called White Building looked like a thick white cylinder from afar. There was a high dome supporting the top. The White Building itself was more than 300 meters high and covered an area of more than 150 meters in diameter. There were a total of 100 floors, and each floor had 30 rooms. At most, it could accommodate 3,000 people in a single room. It was more than enough for everyone involved in the preliminaries. After Zhou Jie received a room number from the staff, which could be used as an electronic key, he excitedly found his room. It was 02802, which was the second room on the 28th floor. After Zhou Jie entered his room, he found that the furnishings inside were simple. There was a bathroom, a bedroom, a bed, and a thin tablet computer in the bedroom. At this moment, the thin tablet computer was placed on the bedside. The screen was lit, and there were some words on it. Zhou Jie curiously walked over and looked at the words on the screen. He found that it was actually about the preliminaries. The preliminaries for this year's Apex Genius competition are as follows. Contestants will be placed in groups of 50 in the wilderness of the artificial planet. They will hunt all visible creatures, excluding other contestants. Contestants are forbidden to fight. Violators will be disqualified. Finally, they will be ranked according to their points. The top 1,000 contestants will enter the top 1,000 competition. Note, contestants with the same number of points will be ranked according to their time of achievement. Below, there are various creatures in the wilderness and the corresponding points. Chapter 64. At this point, the contents on the screen needed to be flipped. Hence, Zhou Jie swiped the screen, and the following content appeared: Red-Eyed Rabbit, a mutant rabbit with white fur and red eyes. Every kill is worth 10 points. Black-Winged Leopard, a black-colored, blue-eyed leopard. Every kill is worth 20 points. Lightning Ape, an ape with dark purple fur. You can get 30 points for each kill. Cyan Sky Falcon, a falcon with dark cyan feathers. You can get 50 points for each kill. Crypt Guard, a beast with a black carapace. Every kill is worth 100 points. Golden Armored Behemoth, a giant, reptilian beast with golden scales. Every kill is worth 500 points. Titan Ape, the only powerful ape in the field. Every kill is worth 3,000 points. Every contestant will be given a point recording belt. The belt will automatically lock onto the target of the contestant's hunt. Once the target is locked onto, it will not be able to be locked onto by other contestants' belt systems. In other words, other contestants will not be able to snatch the target. Unless they give up on the target, or if they're a certain distance away from the target, the belt system will automatically remove the lock. When a contestant kills the corresponding creature, the belt system will automatically judge and record the points. At the same time, the belt will remind the contestant of the remaining time every 2 hours. In addition, the belt also has an energy protection device. Once activated, an energy shield will be formed to resist strong damage. However, after using it, the contestant will be disqualified from continuing the competition. The points will be deducted directly, and the staff will immediately come to remove the contestant from the competition site. In addition, all the creatures killed will be used as food for breeding. Contestants, please do not destroy the corpses if possible. At this point, the text on the screen had been displayed. However, Zhou Jie was still in shock. The difference between the points of the creatures killed was really huge, especially the last Titan Ape, which was worth 3,000 points. Didn't this mean that whoever killed the Titan Giant Ape would be able to enter the top 1,000? But this Titan Ape is worth 3,000 points, and it's the only one in the field. This shows how terrifying its strength is. I'm afraid I won't be able to deal with it easily. Zhou Jie quickly realized that the higher the points of these creatures, the more difficult it would be to kill them. Creatures like the Titan Giant Ape, which had a terrifying amount of points, would naturally have terrifying strength. In order to kill it, one would need overwhelming strength. Otherwise, just being able to deal with it would be far from enough. As Zhou Jie thought about this, he looked at the computer screen and pondered for a while. Then he turned off the computer screen, got up, and walked into the bathroom. Who cares? I'll use the X-grade nutrient solution to take a bath first. After taking a bath, Zhou Jie came out of the bathroom in high spirits. He felt that his body had reached its peak, which made him want to go to the gravity room to vent. Unfortunately, he couldn't find a gravity room, so Zhou Jie could only lie on the bed and close his eyes to rest while thinking about something. About an hour later, a staff member knocked on the door. After Zhou Jie opened the door, the staff member smiled and gave him a belt, saying, "This is your point record belt for participating in the qualifier. It also has your match time. Please pay attention to it. Sorry to disturb you." Zhou Jie nodded. Then, the staff member bowed slightly, pushed the cart away, and went to the room next to Zhou Jie's. Zhou Jie closed the door, took the belt, and sat on the bed. Then, he studied the belt. After a while, Zhou Jie learned from the information on the belt that his match time was at 1 o'clock in the afternoon the day after tomorrow. At that time, there would be a special notice. Zhou Jie could accept waiting for only about a day and a half. However, since he had nothing to do, he finally chose to sleep peacefully on the bed. Soon, it was half an hour before the match. There's still 30 minutes before the start of the qualifier. Please get ready. Gather at the White Building's rooftop now. After the electronic voice in the room finished broadcasting, Zhou Jie jumped out of bed and left his room. After more than a minute, Zhou Jie arrived at the White Building's rooftop. There were already groups of contestants there, as well as several staff members in uniforms. A whale-shaped spaceship was hovering on the side of the rooftop. Obviously, it was ready to take them to the match venue. After about 3 or 4 minutes, all the contestants rushed to the rooftop. After the staff confirmed the 50 contestants, they used the computer to lock onto Zhou Jie and the others' belts. They entered the match scoring mode, but the timer hadn't started yet. At this time, the man in the suit who greeted Zhou Jie and the others took a few steps forward. He said to Zhou Jie and the others, "All right, contestants, it's a pleasure to meet you again. I believe that everyone has already understood the rules and can't wait to start the match. Since everyone is here, please board the spaceship. Once everyone is boarded, our unmanned spaceship will take you to the venue. When the spaceship door opens, it means that the match has begun. Your belts will start the countdown until 24 hours. At the same time, when the match is over, your belts will guide you to the unmanned spaceship. Then, you may return to the White Building and wait for the results of the match to be announced." When Zhou Jie and the others heard this, they began to board the unmanned spaceship under the guidance of the staff. 10 minutes later, the spaceship began to slow down and stop. Zhou Jie and the others who were in it began to feel uneasy. Some of them even had their chests heaving up and down violently, as if they were very nervous. After a slight tremor, the spaceship came to a complete stop. A second later, the hatch opened and a voice sounded from the spaceship. "The match begins." Whoosh! In an instant, several contestants who were near the hatch took the lead and rushed toward the hatch. Zhou Jie, on the other hand, sat upright and still. He didn't get off the spaceship until everyone had alighted. After stepping on the ground, Zhou Jie looked around and found that the spaceship seemed to have landed in an open space in the middle of a wild forest. There were towering ancient trees surrounding it, but they were quite far from each other. The ground was also somewhat dry, so it was called a wild forest. At this moment, the unmanned spaceship behind Zhou Jie automatically closed the hatch and then took off into the air. After hovering for a while, it accelerated and flew away. Zhou Jie saw that the other contestants, after observing for a while, scattered into the forest and gradually walked away. He immediately chose a direction and sped up. Since the match had begun and there were only 24 hours left, Zhou Jie naturally had to hurry up and find creatures to kill to earn points. Zhou Jie ran all the way and finally saw the first creature after more than a minute. A blue sky falcon. However, what made Zhou Jie frown was that the falcon flew at an altitude of 500 meters, and this was because the artificial planet's gravity was 7 to 8 times the standard gravity. Zhou Jie's eyes were fixed on the falcon, watching it gradually fly into the distance and finally stop at the top of an ancient tree 100 meters away, looking around. Good chance. Zhou Jie immediately thought to himself. Just now, he was more than 500 meters away from the falcon, and the falcon was flying, so Zhou Jie did not have absolute confidence that he could kill it with the Golden Lotus Sword. However, now that it had landed on an ancient tree that was only 20 to 30 meters high, Zhou Jie felt that victory is in the bag. In order to prevent others from snatching it, Zhou Jie quickly flew towards the falcon's position. At the same time, the Golden Lotus Sword formed 144 golden swords and shot towards the blue sky falcon. Zhou Jie moved, and in the blink of an eye, he was dozens of meters away. The golden lotus sword was like an arrow that shot straight towards the blue sky falcon. When the blue sky falcon sensed the movement, the golden lotus sword was already very close. Poochie! As expected, the golden sword pierced through the blue sky eagle's body, creating a penetrating wound in its abdomen. The powerful impact caused the eagle, which was about to spread its wings to fly, to flutter a few times in the air. Then, the eagle, which had lost its vitality, fell to the ground. Huh! The falcon fell to the ground, but there was no splash of blood, as expected. This was because Zhou Jie considered that these were ingredients, so he used his mind power to buffer at the last moment, ensuring that the falcon's corpse would not be damaged too much. Suddenly, Zhou Jie's belt made a slight sound. Zhou Jie looked down and found that the display on his belt showed a number that represented 50 points. 50 points in hand. Zhou Jie could not help but say, and then continued to walk forward. Chapter 65. Zhou Jie continued to advance in a certain direction of the desolate forest. While trying his best not to make any large movements, he maintained a speed of around 10 meters per second. He also paid attention to the situation on the ground along the way. At the same time, his spiritual energy radiated out in a radius of 100 meters in front of him, hoping to discover the existence or traces of activity of some creatures. In this manner, Zhou Jie advanced for another 2 minutes or so before discovering the second creature, a red-eyed rabbit. The red-eyed rabbit was extremely vigilant. When Zhou Jie was still over 50 meters away from it, it seemed to have sensed the sound of Zhou Jie's footsteps on the ground. Originally standing there for a long time, it suddenly turned around and leaped with its powerful legs, running away like an arrow released from a bow. However, Zhou Jie's speed was much faster than the red-eyed rabbit's, and the golden swords were even faster than the speed of sound. Thus, when Zhou Jie discovered the red-eyed rabbit, he activated the golden lotus sword flower. The red-eyed rabbit had only run a dozen or so meters before it was pierced by several golden swords. It then rolled forward for a distance before it stopped moving. His belt once again emitted a light sound, and the number displayed on the screen changed to 60. It's already been 15 minutes, and I've only obtained 60 points. Looks like I have to find something with a lot of points. Zhou Jie stood in place and suddenly thought to himself, a trace of seriousness between his brows. Although this was what he thought, finding a creature with a lot of points seemed to be completely dependent on luck. Who told the environment of every part of the desolate forest to look the same? There was simply no way to rely on the differences in the environment to determine the possible areas of activity of various creatures. Realizing this point, in addition to the change in his thoughts and goals, Zhou Jie immediately moving forward at a speed 3 times faster than before. Since he was relying on luck, then he could only search a larger area to quickly find the target he wanted. The method of searching for traces like before was obviously not going to work. After Zhou Jie increased his speed, he indeed received very good results. Although he still hadn't encountered a creature with 50 points or more in a short period of time, in just 7 minutes or so, he had discovered 3 red-eyed rabbits, a black wind leopard, and 2 lightning apes. In front of Zhou Jie's absolute strength, these creatures naturally became his points, and the number on his belt screen became 107. However, under more than 10 times the standard gravity, Zhou Jie also realized that his recovery ability was far from being able to keep up with the consumption. Even with his endurance, it would not be a problem for him to sustain such intense consumption for a few hours, but his strength would definitely continue to decline. If he encountered a creature with more than 100 points at a certain point of fatigue, he felt that he might not be able to take it down. With this in mind, Zhou Jie chose to rest on the spot after about half an hour of hunting. At this time, Zhou Jie already had 330 points on his belt. Because he had taken in too much energy when he was in the White Villa, Zhou Jie recovered very quickly after his first consumption. After about a quarter of an hour, Zhou Jie felt that his body did not have a trace of fatigue, so he started hunting again. This time, After continuously hunting for more than half an hour, Zhou Jie actually discovered a dense thicket for the first time. This made Zhou Jie feel surprised, and at the same time, he also felt that he might have a new discovery. Looks like my intuition is right. This should be the deeper part of the wild forest. The deeper I go, the smaller the distance between the trees. At this point, it has already shrunk to 3 to 5 meters, and there are even more thickets. The number of creatures has also increased. Zhou Jie thought to himself at the same time, and subconsciously glanced at his belt. The screen showed that the points were already more than double from before. A full 740 points. Soon, Zhou Jie climbed over a thicket, but he was shocked by a huge hole behind the thicket. The entrance of the hole was more than 3 meters in diameter, and it curved all the way to the depths of the ground. The depth was at least 5 meters. The depths of the hole were pitch black, and it just happened to face Zhou Jie, so Zhou Jie was slightly shocked. Then, a second later, Zhou Jie's eyes lit up, and he seemed to be a little excited. Such a crypt only made him think of one kind of creature, and that was the crypt guard, which was worth 100 points. Zhou Jie immediately formed the golden lotus sword formation, meteor fall, and raised his foot to stomp on the ground. Zhou Jie's stomp had several tons of strength, and the vibration and sound it produced were transmitted to the depths of the crypt, immediately alerting the crypt guard inside. Soon, a huge black figure burst out from the depths of the crypt. Its speed was astonishing, and it pounced straight at Zhou Jie. However, Zhou Jie still saw clearly that the black figure was a hemispherical creature with a black hard shell. It had short but powerful forelegs, and the toenails, equivalent to nails, were very thick and angular. Obviously, not only could it dig through earth and stone, but could also break metal and penetrate armor without a problem. Zhou Jie reacted very quickly and dodged to the side, causing the crypt guard to miss. Its huge body fell to the ground, and the ground cracked and dust filled the air. The golden lotus sword formation followed closely and fell straight down on the crypt guard's head, Poochie. With a dull sound, the crypt guard's thin and small head instantly turned into mud. The whole hunting process did not take more than 2 breaths, but this did not mean that the crypt guard was not strong. Instead, it meant that Zhou Jie's strength was too strong, and his judgment was accurate and neat. Otherwise, if it were a normal grade 10 expert, they would not be able to destroy the crypt guard's weak point in an instant, and it would definitely be impossible to kill the crypt guard so easily. This was because the crypt guard's heavy armor defense was extremely terrifying. When it curled into a ball and rolled away, most grade 10 experts would be helpless against it. His points had reached 840 points. Zhou Jie put away the slight joy in his heart and continued to carefully explore forward. Not long after, the desolate forest began to resemble the periphery of the forest. The ground began to become less dry and cracked, and the number of shrubs had also increased significantly. However, the red-eyed rabbits, black-winged leopards, and other low-point creatures did not appear again. Instead, Zhou Jie discovered 1 or 2 blue sky falcons flying high in the sky. However, because the distance was too far, Zhou Jie did not have any plans to hunt the blue sky falcons for the time being. This was because he felt that might alert the enemy. Moreover, hunting a blue sky falcon flying high in the sky required Zhou Jie to use the power of the sword formation to have enough confidence. That consumption was not worth the loss, and it seemed that there was no need for it at the moment. Zhou Jie continued to explore for a while, and was pleasantly surprised to find a blue sky falcon perched on a tree dozens of meters away, as well as a familiar crypt in a small open space not far from the tree. A blue sky falcon and a crypt guard. Facing 150 points, Zhou Jie could not help but be excited. The golden lotus sword flower was immediately activated, and he first launched an attack on the blue sky falcon. For some reason, the blue sky falcon's attention seemed to be focused on the crypt not far away. By the time it sensed the attack of the golden sword, it was already too late to react, and it died under the golden sword in the blink of an eye. Then, Zhou Jie walked toward the crypt. He deliberately made his footsteps heavier, hoping to alarm the crypt guard and make it come out to fight with him. Sure enough, when Zhou Jie was less than 10 meters away from the entrance of the crypt, his mental power sensed that the crypt guard had suddenly rushed out of the crypt and pounced on him like the previous one. In response, Zhou Jie naturally followed the same pattern and successfully killed it with Meteor Fall, smoothly obtaining another 100 points. As a result, Zhou Jie could not help but smile slightly, because he felt that the crypt guard had become the best target to hunt. Apart from using the sword formation, which consumed a lot of energy, it was really easy to kill. Corresponding to its value of 100 points, it was even more delightful. At that moment, Zhou Jie decided to find as many crypt guards as possible to hunt. This way, he could obtain points quickly, and the difficulty was not too high. In the next 3 hours, Zhou Jie continued to move forward while searching horizontally. He found a total of 3 crypt guards and 2 lightning apes, and he successfully hunted them all. At this point, Zhou Jie's points had reached an astonishing 1,350 points. Then, Zhou Jie rested on the spot for a while. When he moved forward again, there were still about 17 hours before the end of the competition. Just like the previous few hours, Zhou Jie did not forget to explore horizontally as he hurried forward. Although this slowed down a lot, Zhou Jie felt that it was worth it because he had discovered several crypt guards earlier. If he had continued to go straight like before, he definitely would not have discovered those crypt guards. As a result, it was obvious that as he got closer to the center of the forest, it was not a good idea to choose only one direction to move forward. After Zhou Jie continued to explore for more than half an hour, he accidentally discovered a large, open space. In that open space, there was a giant, golden-scaled beast lying there, seemingly sleeping. This is a giant, golden-scaled beast. In an instant, Zhou Jie's pupils shrank slightly. Chapter 66. Zhou Jie quickly lowered his body, reduced his breath to the lowest level, and circled around the back of the open space where the giant golden-armored beast was located. Since the giant golden-armored beast had not yet noticed the danger, he would take it by surprise. He would find its weakness from the back and kill it in one blow, which would save him a lot of effort. The head of the giant golden-armored beast was also full of scales, and attacking the head would make it notice earlier. As a top killer, Zhou Jie naturally had better choices. Zhou Jie successfully circled to a position less than 100 meters behind the golden-armored behemoth's buttocks, and then continued to approach carefully. Only by getting closer without being discovered would he have a greater chance of hitting the weak spot behind its buttocks with the golden sword. However, Zhou Jie didn't know if it was because of his bad luck, but when he got close enough, the resting golden-horned beast's thick-scaled tail moved slightly, completely covering half of its, but that was previously exposed. This time, Zhou Jie's body froze on the spot. His expression was ugly, and his eyebrows were tightly knitted. At that moment, Zhou Jie couldn't think of a better place to attack. Hence, after a few seconds of hesitation, Zhou Jie had no choice but to use the Golden Lotus Blade. Golden Lotus Blade formation. Invincible. The target was the eyes and nose of the golden-armored beast. Shua. After the formation of the blade formation, it flew like an arrow and made a slight curve in the air, descending on the top of the golden-armored beast head. However, the Golden Lotus Sword formation was extremely powerful, and the commotion it caused when it was formed was not small. Even though it was dozens of meters away, it still woke up the highly alert golden-armored giant beast, causing it to raise its head immediately. Pucci, invincible, successfully hit the head of the golden-armored beast. However, due to the change in position of its head at the last moment, it didn't hit the eyes and nose. Instead, it only pierced the side of its face. The moment the sword formation broke through the face of the golden-armored behemoth, Zhou Jie felt a great resistance from controlling the golden sword. Even the thin scales on the golden-armored behemoth's face were far more tenacious than Zhou Jie had imagined. He felt that the golden lotus sword formation was not piercing through the skin, but a meter-thick steel plate. Fortunately, The power of the golden lotus sword formation was enough to pierce through a 1 meter thick steel plate. In the end, it still managed to pierce through the giant golden armor beast's cheek. However, that was all. It didn't even manage to penetrate through the giant golden armor beast's mouth. Due to the interference of the giant golden armor beast's spiritual power, Zhou Jie's control over the golden lotus sword was greatly weakened. Zhou Jie had no choice but to control the blade formation to leave the golden armored beast and fly back to himself. The golden armored beast was enraged by the pain. It suddenly kicked its 4 powerful limbs and turned toward Zhou Jie. However, Zhou Jie seemed to be prepared for this. He had already leaped forward, and at the same time, Cadi's blade was thrown out, shooting towards the eyes and nose of the giant golden armor beast that had just turned around. Pucci. The power of Cadi's blade was also very powerful, but it just happened to pierce into the upper part of the giant golden armored beast's cheek. However, due to the obstruction of the cheekbone, less than half of the blade went in. The golden armored beast was hurt again. It couldn't help but let out an angry roar. The golden horned beast's voice was It moved its 4 limbs and rushed toward Zhou Jie. However, although the golden armored behemoth's speed was not slow, it was still huge, almost the size of 2 adult elephants. Naturally, it was not as fast as Zhou Jie. As soon as the golden armored behemoth moved, Zhou Jie hurriedly dodged to the side and controlled Cadi's blade to fly back. The golden armored beast was like a mad bull with red eyes. It chased after Zhou Jie and crashed into him. Wherever it passed, even the thick ancient trees that were 30 to 40 meters tall were instantly broken, and it didn't affect its speed much. Seeing this scene, Zhou Jie was secretly shocked. The strength of this giant golden armored beast was truly astonishing. Coupled with its abnormal defense, it would be extremely difficult to take it down. It was no wonder that it was worth 500 points. Zhou Jie did not intend to fight the golden armored behemoth head-on. Instead, he chose to drag the golden armored behemoth down with guerrilla warfare and finally find its weakness to kill. Therefore, he chose to dodge the golden armored behemoth's attacks. The giant golden armored beast was obviously quite angry about this. After chasing for more than half a minute, it let out another roar, and then its speed actually increased. It suddenly caught up with Zhou Jie, and its long and thick scaled tail swept out at an astonishing speed. Zhou Jie was also caught off guard. He raised his hand and used the blade of Cadi's to block. Quang. Zhou Jie's body slammed into the ground. He quickly rolled back and got up. He quickly retreated. Although the golden armored behemoth's tail had caught Zhou Jie off guard and caused him to crash to the ground, it did not cause much damage to Zhou Jie, who was wearing the netherworld armor. It only increased Zhou Jie's estimation of the golden armored behemoth's strength and made him more careful in dealing with it. Swish! The golden armored beast madly rushed forward again, its scaly tail sweeping out and breaking an ancient tree. When it arrived in front of Zhou Jie again, it could only brush past him. Hence, Zhou Jie chose to hide in the ancient trees and bushes. While the golden armored beast was consuming its strength, he was also preparing the attack of the golden lotus sword flower. He was ready to launch a fatal attack at the weak point of the golden armored beast, but at the right time. After more than 2 minutes, Zhou Jie seemed to be in a dangerous situation. In fact, Zhou Jie deliberately kept a distance from the golden armored beast so that the golden armored beast would continue to chase him. Finally, at a certain point in time, the giant golden beast seemed to feel tired. It suddenly stopped chasing and panted heavily on the spot. Now's the time. Zhou Jie immediately stopped running. He turned around and quickly came to the side of the golden armored beast. At the same time, he formed the golden lotus sword formation, invincible. Swish! It was also at this moment that the golden armored behemoth seemed to have been prepared, and its huge tail suddenly whipped towards Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie's eyes narrowed. At the same time, the Cadi's blade slashed out and chose to collide with the golden armored beast's tail directly. Bang! Pucci! Zhou Jie responded and flew back in the air. At the same time, The golden lotus sword formation also successfully pierced through the back of the golden-armored giant beast's buttocks and completely submerged into it. No matter how strong the golden-armored beast was, its anus was still weak. When the golden lotus sword formation burst out, the golden-armored beast immediately rolled on the ground in pain. It let out a horrible hissing sound, and a large pool of dark red blood immediately flowed on the ground. At this time, Zhou Jie retreated far away to avoid the giant golden-armored beast's counterattack before its death. A few minutes later, the number on Zhou Jie's belt increased from 1,350 to 1,850. 2/3 of the time left. At this rate, I might be able to get more than 4,000 points. Zhou Jie immediately thought to himself. Then, he walked toward the dead golden-armored beast and began to clean up the mess. After cleaning up the scene, Zhou Jie continued to walk forward. At the same time, he was amazed by the size of the wild forest. He had been walking for so long, but he had not seen any other contestants. Even the big chase just now did not attract any other contestants. This meant that there should be no other contestants nearby. This time, Zhou Jie explored for about 2 hours like before and obtained another 250 points. Finally, he came to the center of the wild forest. Zhou Jie frowned. His pace was so slow that it was like taking a stroll. Not long ago, he stopped exploring left and right in a zigzag pattern because he had not found a single creature in more than half an hour. In addition, Zhou Jie also found that the environment around him had nothing to do with the wild forest anymore. There were tall and luxuriant ancient trees everywhere, and they were very close to each other. Most of them were less than 5 meters tall, and some were less than 3 meters away from each other. This was indeed too close for the ancient trees that were dozens of meters tall. However, in such a situation, the ancient trees grew even more luxuriant, unlike the trees in the outer circle, which had sparse branches and leaves. In addition, the ground was even a little moist, and weeds and vines were everywhere. This place was more like the outer circle of a tropical rainforest than the so-called wild forest. In such an environment, Zhou Jie followed the iron rule that there must be something wrong if something is abnormal. Therefore, he slowed down his pace and explored with his spiritual power more carefully. At some point, Zhou Jie caught a glimpse of a lake through the gaps between the ancient trees in front of him. He could not help but feel very surprised. He immediately quickened his pace and walked toward it. However, just as Zhou Jie gradually saw more of the lake's surface, a corpse not far from the side caught his attention. It was the corpse of a contestant, thrown beside an ancient tree. His entire head was smashed into paste, and most of the body was twisted badly. Some of the bones even protruded from the surface of the body under the combat suit. It was extremely horrifying. Chapter 67. Zhou Jie looked at the corpse for a few seconds, then stepped forward and observed it closely. The corpse would have made ordinary people vomit, but Zhou Jie didn't find it disgusting at all. After careful observation and consideration, Zhou Jie's gaze became sharper, and at the same time, his brows were still tightly knitted. He was a level X expert, but he didn't even have the chance to use the protective energy of his belt, or even if he used it, it wouldn't have helped. He was killed without being able to resist at all. The opponent was a Star Lord, and there would be no outsiders in this place. Then there could only be the only one in the whole place, the Titan ape. Zhou Jie's breathing quickened as he thought of this. He had been wondering why the closer he got to the center of the forest, the fewer creatures there were. It wasn't strange that he didn't encounter any more golden behemoths, but he should have encountered some crypt guardians. However, he didn't even see any lightning apes or blue sky falcons. Now, it seemed that it was all because there was a terrifying existence at the center of the forest that made all the other creatures retreat. It was undoubtedly the Titan ape that was worth 3,000 points. Zhou Jie adjusted his breathing and swallowed. Then, with the blade of Kadi's in hand, Zhou Jie continued to approach the lake carefully. In the end, Zhou Jie squeezed into a cluster of plants closest to the lake and looked around the lake and the lakeshore that were surrounded by a large circle of plants. The lake, which was 70 meters in diameter, was as clear as a mirror, without even the slightest ripple. There were no living creatures around the lake, which was more than 10 meters wide. However, Zhou Jie still saw traces of a battle on the lake. There were many pits on the ground, as if they had been smashed by huge fists. There was a black, yellow, and white substance left in one of the pits. Zhou Jie recognized what it was at first glance. It was the head of the corpse he saw not long ago. It was the remains of a broken corpse. At this point, Zhou Jie's breathing quickened again. His right hand, which was holding the blade of Cadi's, turned pale. Where is it? Zhou Jie's eyes began to scan the vegetation behind the lakeshore. He wanted to find some clues. Soon, Zhou Jie discovered that the plants surrounding the lake were not tightly connected. From Zhou Jie's position, there were 3 gaps that seemed to have been created by a behemoth entering and exiting several times. In this way, Zhou Jie knew what to do. However, after investigating the situation, Zhou Jie hesitated. Were they really going to deal with the Titan ape? The golden armored beast was already very difficult to deal with. So how could he deal with the Titan ape that was 5 times more valuable? Moreover, not only did he have to deal with it, but he also had to kill it. Only then would it be useful. Otherwise, even if he could only deal with it, it would be completely useless. It would be a waste of time. However, after a mental struggle that lasted half a minute, Zhou Jie still chose to fight. The giant golden armored beast scales are just too abnormal. If it's just strength and speed, I can still kill it if I use all my strength. With the addition of the golden lotus sword array, killing it will be a piece of cake. The Titan giant ape doesn't have scales. As long as I can stab it, I can slowly exhaust it to death. Zhou Jie finally decided to hunt the Titan giant ape. Zhou Jie didn't even consider that the Titan ape was so strong that he couldn't resist it for more than a minute. After being tempered by the Thunder Soul Pearl, Zhou Jie believed that he could fight the weakest Star-Lord. Therefore, he didn't believe that the Titan ape could crush him in terms of speed and strength. Russell, Zhou Jie began to walk around the plants. He was no longer as cautious as before. Instead, he deliberately made noises. Finally, at a certain moment, Zhou Jie's mental power sensed a behemoth. To Zhou Jie's shock, the behemoth was moving toward him unhurriedly. Dong, dong, dong. Dull noises came from afar, and the ground began to tremble. A path was gradually created among the plants not far away. Zhou Jie stopped in his tracks and watched in surprise as the Titan giant ape slowly stepped out from the separated plants. The Titan ape, as its name suggested, looked very similar to gorillas and apes. It was more than 10 meters tall, even when its forelimbs were on the ground. Its fists were as huge as banana leaves, and its 4 fingers were more than 5 meters wide. When their eyes met, Zhou Jie could see a hint of contempt and arrogance in the Titan giant ape's eyes, as well as a hint of mockery. This caused Zhou Jie to instantly feel a hint of fear. Fear. That was extremely rare for Zhou Jie. As a top-notch assassin, he had to learn how to be fearless in the face of danger. This was especially so for Zhou Jie, who had a tenacious heart. Therefore, to make him feel fear, even if it was only a hint, was enough to show how much pressure Zhou Jie was under when facing the Titan ape. This Titan giant ape has a very high level of intelligence. After a brief moment of shock, Zhou Jie realized where the problem was. Creatures with lower intelligence like the giant golden armor beast. Even if they were a little stronger, Zhou Jie could still rely on dragging to kill them. However, if it had the intelligence of a human, it would definitely not be killed so easily. Moreover, the Titan ape, which was definitely stronger than the giant golden armor beast, had high intelligence. As if it had understood Zhou Jie's thoughts, the Titan ape's mouth twitched as if it was mocking him. Then, it suddenly moved violently and threw a punch at Zhou Jie's position. So fast, Zhou Jie thought and hurriedly dodged. Dong! It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. Zhou Jie barely dodged a foot away when the Titan giant ape's fist landed on the spot where he had just been standing, leaving behind a huge crater. At the same time, a powerful gust of wind brushed past Zhou Jie, causing him to involuntarily fly up a little. Immediately after, before Zhou Jie's feet touched the ground, he used his spiritual power to move backward. The next 0.1 seconds proved that Zhou Jie's reaction was correct. The Titan giant ape punched out with its other fist, which swept across the spot where Zhou Jie had just been. The terrifying power even created a circle of ripples in the air. After Zhou Jie landed, he quickly rolled backward. At the same time, he was extremely shocked. Strong, too strong. With such speed and power, Zhou Jie was almost unable to dodge the attack. Moreover, the power of that punch was too terrifying. Zhou Jie knew that even if he unleashed his full strength, he would definitely be sent flying by that punch. There was no suspense. Roar! Perhaps because Zhou Jie had actually dodged its 2 consecutive punches, the Titan ape was a little angry. It let out an earth-shaking roar, and then its body moved violently again, charging toward Zhou Jie. At this moment, Zhou Jie suddenly felt that his previous decision was a mistake. He shouldn't have provoked such a terrifying existence at all. But now that things had come to this, Zhou Jie could only fight as he fled. Whoosh! Zhou Jie hurriedly fled to the back, and the Titan ape's punch immediately swept across the place where he had just been. The punch brushed past the surface of the ground, sending it flying. Even the nearest ancient tree simply snapped to the side after being grazed by the Titan ape's fist. Seeing that Zhou Jie was about to escape, the Titan ape's speed increased rapidly, so fast that it was difficult to measure its size. Charging and pouncing, it covered a distance of more than 100 meters, and all the ancient trees in its way were snapped cleanly. The artificial planet was not like the solar star, which was a planet with light gravity. On the solar star, Zhou Jie's current strength was enough to fly at a speed of 200 meters per second, but with more than 10 times the standard gravity, Zhou Jie could not fly for more than a few seconds. In addition, they were in a dense forest, so Zhou Jie could only run wildly on the ground. His speed was only slightly faster than the Titan apes, and this was when the Titan ape needed to break the ancient trees with brute force, while Zhou Jie only needed to dodge slightly. Boom! Suddenly, the Titan ape's body glowed with energy, and its speed increased again. Boom! 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 The earth kept shaking, and ancient trees snapped one after another. The Titan ape was getting closer and closer, and in less than 5 seconds, it was only 5 body lengths, the length of a normal human body, away from Zhou Jie. This time, Zhou Jie was also pushed to the limit. He felt his heart beating very fast, and all the strength in his body burst forth. As his speed increased a little more, the Golden Lotus Sword Formation's Tai Chi Annihilation was launched. Bang! However, in the next second, the Golden Lotus Sword Formation was shaken into scattered golden swords, which shot out in all directions. Roar! The Titan ape was getting closer and closer, and it let out a furious roar at close range. Zhou Jie felt that the air behind him was smashing against his head. Bang! Then, the Titan ape grabbed at Zhou Jie, intending to crush him. Chapter 68. Boom! The air violently surged. Zhou Jie flew straight up at the last moment, barely avoiding the Titan ape's claw. However, the Titan ape's other hand was already prepared. It swept through the air and hit Zhou Jie, whose agility was sharply reduced in the air. However, Zhou Jie had been holding back. The Golden Lotus Sword Flower took the opportunity to sweep toward the Titan ape's only weakness, its eyes. This time, he attacked the enemy's vital point. Even as strong as the Titan ape was, it didn't dare to let Zhou Jie's golden sword pierce its eyes. At that moment, its palm that was originally sweeping toward Zhou Jie shifted slightly. As it leaned to the side, it happened to block Zhou Jie's golden sword, smashing them apart again and sending them flying to the side. Zhou Jie took the opportunity to quickly land on the ground. Like an escaping rabbit, he rushed forward while sticking close to the ground. This way, the air resistance was reduced, and his speed increased again as he ran toward the outskirts of the wild forest. Seeing this, the Titan ape continued to give chase. However, it wasn't as fast as Zhou Jie in terms of instantaneous acceleration. After stopping and increasing its speed to surpass Zhou Jie, it needed a few seconds. This allowed Zhou Jie to temporarily pull away from it. However, after a few seconds, the Titan ape's speed became faster and faster. Zhou Jie's speed was surpassed, and the gap between the two of them became smaller and smaller. At this time, Zhou Jie had completely recovered from his slight panic and entered an extremely calm state. In this state, Zhou Jie was the most terrifying him. If this continues, I definitely won't be able to escape. Its movement speed is too fast, and its explosive attack speed is also comparable to mine. Its only weakness is its eyes. Its only flaw might be. After calming down, Zhou Jie ran frantically while thinking about how to deal with the Titan ape. After all, he was now certain that just running away was not enough. That was, he could only fight, and he had to win. Roar! Finally, at a certain moment, the Titan ape caught up to Zhou Jie a few meters behind him. As it let out a deafening roar, the wind from its fists came one after another at the top of Zhou Jie's head. With his previous experience, Zhou Jie's reaction was unhurried. He actually decelerated and moved backward. Then, he spiraled into the air and crashed into the Titan giant ape's chest. Dong! Zhou Jie's last kick landed on the Titan ape's chest, making a dull sound. Then he used his mental strength to shift himself horizontally, dodging the Titan ape's palm that followed closely behind and flashed to its side. When the Titan gargantuan ape saw that Zhou Jie had actually managed to land an attack on it while it was unable to land a hit, it couldn't help but become even more furious. Immediately, it threw a lightning-quick punch at Zhou Jie, who had just landed on the ground. Fortunately, Zhou Jie's adaptability was outstanding after he entered combat mode. Coupled with his relatively small size, his close-range movement speed was just enough to dodge the Titan ape's attacks. Dong! The Titan ape's punch left another huge crater in the ground, and the surrounding trees trembled from the impact. My prediction was right. The Titan giant ape is huge, so I have a better chance of dealing with it near the original spot. Zhou Jie thought to himself as he dodged another attack. However, his body did not relax at all, and he was ready to react at any time. The Titan giant ape was naturally unwilling to give up after missing another punch. It continued to throw punches at Zhou Jie in a frenzy. However, Zhou Jie was already prepared this time. His figure rushed into the range of the Titan giant ape's punches that were restrained. Using various martial arts footwork, coupled with his instantaneous dodging, he caused the Titan giant ape's 20-odd punches to miss in various places. However, even though dodging at such a close distance seemed relatively easy, as the Titan ape's attacks were restricted by the distance, in reality, it was also shortening the Titan ape's attack range. Without an absolutely superb dodging ability and endurance, it was impossible to dodge as brilliantly as Zhou Jie. A large part of the reason why Zhou Jie was able to do so was that he was very fond of paleo martial arts in addition to his combat training when he was an assassin. The so-called paleo martial arts was a systematic cultivation method created by some galaxies in a period of undeveloped science and technology. In paleo martial arts, energy was also known as qi, or internal force, and its combat moves were also known as martial arts routines. In terms of the application of energy to the body, paleo martial arts research was much deeper than the broad style of combat arts. Zhou Jie practiced paleo martial arts such as Xingyi, Wing Chun, and 8 extremities to harmonize his energy with his body. It was also with such cultivation that although Zhou Jie's strength was not outstanding among those of the same level in the past, he was still extremely powerful in close combat. Moreover, he was even more adept at fighting one against many. This could be seen from his battle with Parkinson and the other three. At this moment, Zhou Jie was relying on his extraordinary control of the energy in his body and his fearless attitude in the face of danger to be able to constantly shift his focus and avoid the Titan ape's attacks without the slightest hint of panic. At the same time, Zhou Jie also launched several attacks on the Titan ape's back with the Golden Lotus Sword Flower and Cadiz' blade. However, the results of the attacks made Zhou Jie's heart turn cold. The golden sword could not pierce the Titan ape's fur at all, and the Cadiz' blade only pierced a little. Not even a drop of blood could be seen before it could not move an inch further. This Titan ape's defense is not inferior to that of the golden armor behemoth at all. Zhou Jie thought to himself. He had already decided that he could only take the risk out of desperation. Perhaps there was a chance to kill the Titan ape, but if that move failed, he might become a mutilated corpse like the owner of the corpse by the lake. But to let him choose to activate his belt's protective shield and wait for rescue? To be honest, with Zhou Jie's pride, he could not do it for the time being, nor did he think about it. After all, it was not as if he had no chance at all. Wait for a good opportunity. Zhou Jie suppressed his emotions and continued to dodge the Titan ape's attacks while controlling the Golden Lotus Sword Flower. Occasionally, he would spare a bit of energy to observe Zhou Jie's surroundings. The Titan giant ape's consecutive attacks did not manage to land a solid hit on Zhou Jie, and it became abnormally enraged. It jumped up and down on the spot, waving its arms wildly. The ancient trees in the surroundings were all broken and fell with a crackling sound. Zhou Jie hurriedly opened up some distance and used the golden sword to stab the Titan ape's eyes in batches. However, the Titan ape still noticed the golden sword and closed its eyes the moment the golden sword touched its eyes. Although the eyelids were slightly weak, Zhou Jie still needed exquisite control to circle the golden swords and stab them into the Titan ape's eyes. This caused the power of the golden swords to decrease a little. In addition, he had to operate multiple golden swords separately. Each golden sword was not very powerful to begin with. They could only shatter rocks the size of ordinary basketballs. Therefore, when the golden sword hit the Titan ape's eyelids, it only caused the eyelids to sink slightly. In the next second, the Titan ape swung its head, and the golden sword bounced off, causing no damage at all. However, it did cause the Titan ape's attacks to pause slightly, making it easier for Zhou Jie to dodge. Zhou Jie opened up the distance, which was exactly what the Titan ape wanted. It immediately pounced forward, opened its palms wide, and aimed at Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie seemed to have made up his mind at this moment. His eyes became extremely cold, and the Golden Lotus Sword Flower circled in front of the Titan ape, piercing the Titan ape's throat with the unstoppable sword formation. At the same time, Zhou Jie exploded whoosh. With the blade of Cadiz in hand, Zhou Jie lunged forward and blocked one of the Titan ape's palms from the side, as if he were trying to close in. However, the Titan ape's palms were too horrifying. Even though Zhou Jie's attack was enough to cut a 10-story house from the top to the bottom, compared to the Titan ape's strength, it was hilarious. Bang! Zhou Jie felt as if he had hit a high-speed train. He was blown away together with his saber, and his body trembled violently. Zhou Jie, on the other hand, was able to unleash a Star-Lord level attack after all. His attack was so powerful that it cut off a piece of flesh on the Titan ape's palm, making it bleed. Roar! This was the first time the Titan giant ape had hit Zhou Jie, but it was injured. Naturally, it was furious. The Golden Lotus Sword formation was aimed at its throat. Afraid of being injured again, the Titan giant ape hurriedly leaned back and slapped back, scattering the powerful Golden Lotus Sword formation. However, what the Titan giant ape didn't know was that the Golden Lotus Sword formation had been destroyed by Zhou Jie on purpose. Now, before Zhou Jie could retreat, he was stopped by the Titan ape and quickly rushed forward. At the same time, he threw a bottle at the Titan ape. Pong! Naturally, The Titan ape was the first to break the bottle with one hand. Then, it threw a punch at Zhou Jie with the other hand. Zhou Jie roared angrily. He went all out to meet the Titan giant ape's punch head-on, all for the sake of drawing the Titan giant ape's attention to himself as much as possible. Boom! Zhou Jie was blown back like a cannonball. A golden sword, under the control of Zhou Jie's full mental power, pierced into the Titan giant ape's right eye with the splashing liquid from the broken bottle. Chapter 69. Roar! As the golden sword entered its eyes, the Titan giant ape suddenly let out an unprecedented roar of pain and frantically punched the ground. Boom, 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 boom! The ground cracked, and mud and rocks flew everywhere, accompanied by ancient trees flying everywhere. Then, as if drunk, the Titan giant ape staggered left and right, as if it could lose its balance and fall to the ground at any time. Fortunately, Zhou Jie was sent flying far away by the punch. After crashing into 2 ancient trees in a row, he was still sent flying 80 meters away. In the end, he slid and crashed into an ancient tree before coming to a stop. Zhou Jie endured the pain and dizziness, opened his eyes, and looked at his arms hanging in front of him. At this moment, Zhou Jie's arms were fractured, and he could not move at all. Waves of intense pain were transmitted to his brain along with the trembling of his arms, causing Zhou Jie to suck in a breath of cold air. Of course, Zhou Jie's injuries were far more than that. In addition to his arms, his sternum was also cracked, and his internal organs had also suffered different degrees of impact. Some of them were bleeding, so a large amount of blood quickly flowed out from the corner of his mouth. In addition to his dusty appearance, it was very tragic. However, as a rank X-expert, Zhou Jie's vitality was also much higher than ordinary people. Although such injuries were very serious, they were far from the point of taking his life. Not far away, less than 50 meters away, the Titan ape staggered more and more violently, but the damage it caused was getting smaller and smaller. In the end, it crashed into an ancient tree and fell to the ground with a loud bang, completely motionless. Seeing this scene, Zhou Jie trembled with excitement. The feeling of surviving a disaster was indeed difficult for ordinary people to understand, let alone imagine. Success. Fortunately, success. Zhou Jie gritted his teeth, endured the pain, and began to heal himself with the remaining energy in his body. After relaxing, Zhou Jie felt his brain tighten. It turned out that he had used the Golden Lotus Sword too much just now, causing his mental strength to be somewhat exhausted. When the battle was tense, it was not too obvious, but when the battle ended, all the injuries and the discomfort of excessive consumption surged up in his mind. This battle was really too dangerous for Zhou Jie. It could even be said that this was the most dangerous battle that Zhou Jie had ever experienced in his life. So much so that his final victory was completely a gamble. Why did he say that? Because when Zhou Jie finally decided to use the life-risking flying sword, he had to make the Titan giant ape focus all of its attention on him. This meant that he had to take the Titan giant ape's attack head-on. Zhou Jie himself knew that when attacking and injuring an opponent, most people would focus their attention on the opponent to see how injured they were and take advantage of the situation to pursue and attack. This was definitely the time when this person was the most defenseless. Secondly, Zhou Jie knew that the Titan giant ape might still have time to defend with its eyelids, so he chose to use all of his mental strength to control only one golden sword to maximize its power. Even so, Zhou Jie was not confident that such a golden sword would be able to pierce through the Titan giant ape's eyelids and enter its brain to cause enough damage. In the end, even if the golden sword pierced through the Titan giant ape's brain, it would only cause a small wound. With the Titan giant ape's vitality, it might not die. What should he do? Fortunately, Zhou Jie was also an unintentional success. When he fought with the Zergs, he was sprayed with the venom of the venom Zergs. Some of the venom recovered, leaving behind the concentrated substance inside. Later, Zhou Jie collected the concentrated substance of the venom on the combat suit in the bathroom and stored it in a bottle. In the end, he threw out the venom bottle not to kill the Titan giant ape. Wouldn't that be a joke? But to let the golden sword be poisoned and then stab into the Titan giant ape's brain. With the power of the Zerg venom, numbing the nerves and powerful corrosive properties, Zhou Jie had some confidence that as long as the golden sword entered the Titan giant ape's brain, the golden sword would be able to kill it. And reality proved that Zhou Jie was right. He successfully killed the Titan giant ape. Zhou Jie recovered on the spot for a while. He glanced at the points on his belt, 5,100 points, and smiled subconsciously. It was really too difficult for him just now. Fortunately, he succeeded. Then, Zhou Jie stood up. He frowned slightly because of his injuries, but as an assassin, even with such injuries, he quickly got used to it and endured it. Fortunately, the injury on my leg is not serious. I should leave before anyone comes. Zhou Jie thought to himself. Then, he used his mental power to retrieve all the golden swords and left the scene as quickly as possible. Less than 2 minutes after Zhou Jie left, a contestant arrived at the scene. The commotion caused by the Titan giant ape just now was so great that it alarmed some creatures dozens of miles away from Zhou Jie. This contestant sensed that something was wrong, put his ear to the ground, and rushed over after learning of the situation. But when he approached, the Titan giant ape was still in a frenzy before it died. Its movements were still terrifying, so he chose to hide half a mile away, not daring to approach at all. After that, when the Titan giant ape fell, he still did not dare to move. He closed his eyes and waited for 3 minutes before rushing to the scene to check. It was normal for experts to be cautious. This contestant was just overly cautious. However, when he saw the various traces of battle and the huge corpse of the Titan giant ape, this is the Titan giant ape? It was killed by someone. In an instant, the contestant was dumbfounded. Along the way, he also encountered a crypt guardian and a giant golden armor beast. Needless to say, he could not cut the giant golden armor beast at all. He was completely chased by it, and only managed to escape with his life after climbing up a tree. As for the crypt guardians, he had spent a lot of effort and only managed to kill 2 of them. So far, his points were only 900, but someone actually killed the Titan giant ape. That was 3,000 points. There's actually such a monster. After the contestant recovered from his shock, he looked at the scene and shook his head, then quickly left. In the next 8 hours, another 8 people discovered the dead Titan giant apes. Like the first contestant, they were all shocked, but they quickly put in more effort and threw themselves into the hunt for points. At the same time, Zhou Jie was hiding in a bush 2 kilometers away from the place where the Titan giant ape had fallen. Previously, Zhou Jie had advanced for a long time without finding any other contestant alive. However, in the 8 hours he had been hiding in the bush, he had sensed 7 or 8 people passing by within a mile of him. This was also because Zhou Jie had entered the depths of the wild forest earlier. As time passed, the people on the periphery would naturally discover the direction of the depths of the wild forest and gradually gather. However, even if these contestants had discovered Zhou Jie, they would not come over to investigate. Due to the rules of the competition, they were not allowed to work together. Instead, if the contestants were too close to each other, there would be competition. The belt would automatically lock onto the creature, and there was a sequence in the process. Whoever locked onto the creature first would get to keep it. None of them were fools, and they would not help others to gain points. This was also prohibited. If such a situation was discovered, it would be considered cheating and the helper's qualification would be revoked. The helper might have to be reassessed depending on the situation. Therefore, even if the contestants had discovered each other, they would pretend not to have discovered each other and continue on their own. There's not much time left, a little over 8 hours. With my current situation, it's not suitable for me to stay in the depths of the wild forest. I'll just go to the periphery and kill some small creatures. At some point, Zhou Jie stood up from the bush and walked steadily towards the periphery of the wild forest. After 8 hours of recovery, Zhou Jie's injuries had stopped. Not only did they not show any signs of worsening, they had also recovered slightly. After all, he was a rank X expert, so he still had the ability to do so. However, 2/3 of the competition time had passed, and most of the contestants had already entered the depths of the wild forest from the periphery. Along the way, they had also hunted a number of creatures, so the creatures in the periphery were obviously fewer. Zhou Jie had walked continuously for an hour, and he had only encountered a lightning ape. 5,130 points. It should be enough to enter the top 1,000, but there are also rewards for the top 1,000 competition. The top 10 will be in one tier, 11 to 50 will be in another tier, 51 to 100 will be in another tier, 101 to 500 will be in another tier, and 501 to 1,000 will be in the last tier. I should try my best to get as many points as possible. If I can enter the top 50, that would be the best. Zhou Jie thought to himself. Killing the Titan ape gave him the confidence to enter the top 100 and aim for the top 50. However, he still did not have the confidence to enter the top 10. This was because the Titan ape was the only one in the entire competition field, and it was a competition field for every 50 people. It was not the case that there was only one in each of the 10 preliminary competition areas. Therefore, Zhou Jie regained his spirits and began to hunt in the periphery of the wild forest. The last 8 hours passed by quickly. Chapter 70. Die. Zhou Jie controlled the 5 golden swords to fly out. The speed of the golden swords soared to the level of sword chi thunder, instantly piercing through and killing a blue sky eagle that was about to land on an ancient tree. Withdrawing the golden swords, Zhou Jie felt dizzy. In the last period of time, he had relied on controlling the golden swords to kill creatures that accumulated points. Although he had rested in the middle, the consumption was still far greater than the recovery. At this moment, Zhou Jie felt extremely tired. Beep! Suddenly, the belt made a sound and announced, "The preliminaries are over. All participants, please gather at the location indicated by the belt within 1 hour. If you're seriously injured and unable to gather in time, please press the button on the belt and wait for rescue." Zhou Jie breathed a sigh of relief. Then, Zhou Jie thought for a moment and pressed a button on the belt. Although he still had the ability to rush to the gathering point, the consumption of mental power was too great. His body was also seriously injured. If he forced himself to rush to the gathering point, it would be too difficult for himself. Zhou Jie was not that kind of person. More than an hour later. Okay, there are no major problems. Go back and rest for 2 days. It just so happens that the preliminaries are over, and the results will be out in a few days. In the infirmary on the first floor of the white building, a middle-aged doctor in a white coat said to Zhou Jie, who had just finished treating him. His smile was very warm. "Thank you, doctor." Zhou Jie nodded slightly, and then left the infirmary. After a few minutes of treatment, Zhou Jie's injuries had recovered by more than 90%. His broken arm and damaged internal organs had all been healed. The only thing left was his so-called vitality. As the doctor said, he only needed to rest for a day or two and nourish his body with energy to return to peak condition. Soon, Zhou Jie returned to his room. After closing the door, his gaze fell on the computer at the bedside. The screen was lit up, and there were many words on it, just like when Zhou Jie first entered this room. "There's an announcement." Zhou Jie was slightly surprised, but he quickly went to the computer screen and glanced at the contents. "First of all, I'm very sorry to inform you that one of the 50 members of your team has passed away. The organizer of this competition will seek appropriate compensation from his family. In addition, there are 3 other groups of participants that will be competing. All the preliminaries are expected to end in 108 hours, and the results will be announced on the 4th day. During this period, all participants that have completed the competition, please stay in the White Mansion. The White Mansion will provide the best service, and all meals will be free. We will give you a good living experience." After Zhou Jie finished reading the message, he saw that there was no more content below. He turned off the screen with a control gesture and turned to sit on the bed. Zhou Jie recalled that one person had died in the message and couldn't help but think of the corpse he saw by the lake in the deserted forest. He had encountered the Titan ape and had died too tragically. If I hadn't killed the Titan ape first, there might have been more deaths. The preliminaries are so dangerous, but no one told me. Zhou Jie thought silently and finally shook his head. This was the Genius Summit competition. He originally thought that it was just a PK between participants and that there wouldn't be any deaths. But now, he knew that this Genius Summit competition was really not that simple. Just the preliminaries were enough to eliminate people like this. It was indeed worthy of being a star sector-level competition. No wonder the top few finishers were worth fighting over. I'll just relax for a few days. With my points, I should be able to get into the top 50. Zhou Jie thought to himself. Then, he closed his eyes and lay on the bed. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, it was the 4th day for the results to be announced. All right, I'm not going to play with you anymore. The results are about to be announced, Zhou Jie said to Kakashi, who was sitting opposite him. Kakashi hurriedly pursed his lips, but he quickly smiled again. It'll be out in about 10 minutes. Zhou Jie nodded. More than 3 hours ago, another message had appeared on the computer screen, informing him of the exact time the results would be announced. It was accurate to within 5 minutes. Due to the distance, there was a large delay in the cosmic network, and there was also a human error in the timing, so it was only confirmed to be within 5 minutes. Jocko, I'll make a cocktail for you. Which one do you want? Kakashi suddenly asked with a chuckle. Zhou Jie was silent for 2 seconds before saying, Wafster. Add less sour blue. Wafter tastes good, but I don't like it too sour. Okay. Kakashi got off the bed, grabbed the flask and bottle on the bedside table, and began to mix the cocktail. As for when Kakashi learned how to mix drinks, well, he had just learned it when he was bored. It had to be said that Kakashi's learning ability was very strong. He had learned how to mix drinks in just 2 days. The wine he made was also okay. As for the ingredients, the White Villa really had everything in terms of food. They even had some common mixtures. After Kakashi finished mixing the drink, Zhou Jie took a sip, smacked his lips, and commented, it's better than yesterday. When Kakashi heard Zhou Jie actually praising him, he immediately floated. He laughed and said, Of course. Who am I, Kakashi? I'm the super unrivaled, good-looking little expert in the universe. The wine I make should only exist in heaven. How many times can you drink it in the human world? Zhou Jie took a few sips of the drink and glanced at the time. It was already the 5-minute period for the results to be announced. This meant that the results of all the contestants in the preliminaries would be announced soon, including the corresponding rewards. It was previously a secret, but it would be known soon. Zhou Jie was still a little excited, but he closed his eyes and continued to take small sips of the drink while waiting for the results to be announced. When the time came, Kakashi would definitely remind him immediately. Finally, when Zhou Jie leisurely drank the 8th mouthful, Jocko, the results are out. Look, Kakashi's voice sounding very excited. Zhou Jie immediately moved to the bedside and looked at the computer screen. The results ranking list was quickly being generated. Beep. After the list was generated, the electronic sound also announced the results of the preliminaries. Then, the computer screen automatically enlarged the list and projected it into the air. The projected light and shadow screen was 2 meters long and wide. 1,000 names and their corresponding points were neatly displayed on it. Of course, there were brackets behind the names to indicate which planet or organization they came from to distinguish the people with the same name as much as possible. Although there were 1,000 names and their corresponding information, the 2-meter-long projection was still quite large. Zhou Jie saw the first place at first glance. First place, Veronica, Star Sword Alliance. Points, 8,150. More than 8,000 points. Zhou Jie's heart jumped in fright. This score was simply too terrifying. To achieve such a score, could this guy have killed all the giant golden-armored beasts, crypt guards, and titan giant apes? Zhou Jie had personally experienced the difficulty of hunting for points. Finding creatures was not easy either. To get 8,000 points was indeed too difficult. Second place, 8,050? Zhou Jie then saw the second place. It was a person called Lai 1 from the Inferno planet. They're all monsters. Zhou Jie could not help but sigh. He found that the top 10 had more than 7,000 points. Only at the 18th place did it drop below 6,000 points. 5,880 points. Then, Zhou Jie saw his name. 19th place, Zhou Jie, Star Sword Alliance. Points, 5,750. Zhou Jie was immediately relieved. He thought to himself, I really made it into the top 50. I didn't expect to still be in the top 20. This Titan ape was really worth killing. At this time, Kakashi was still looking for Zhou Jie's name on the list. Where? Jocko, your name? Where are you looking? Zhou Jie saw Kakashi looking around on the right half of the projection. The projection screen was divided into two. The left half showed the top 500, and the right half showed the bottom 500. He could not help but ask with a darkened face. Look. Zhou Jie raised his hand and pointed at the area where his name was. Kakashi hurriedly looked over. Wow, Jocko, you're too good. Top 20, you're my idol. Kakashi saw Zhou Jie's result and immediately shouted exaggeratedly. Zhou Jie face-bombed. It's okay, but since I'm 19th, it means that my strength is enough to enter the top 100 of this summit competition. It's also possible for me to enter the top 50, Zhou Jie said immediately. Zhou Jie only said so. He did not think that he had the strength to enter the top 20 just because he was in the top 20. He knew that some people's points were not as good as his because they could not kill the Titan ape. After all, the Titan ape was the only one in the competition. Not everyone had the chance to kill it. Moreover, he had only been lucky enough to kill the Titan giant ape. In terms of strength, the difference between him and the Titan giant ape was too great. Some of those who were stronger than him might not necessarily be able to kill the Titan giant ape. And for the top 10 on the list, Zhou Jie was basically certain that they had the strength to kill the Titan giant ape head-on. If that was the case, it would be truly terrifying. At the very least, if Zhou Jie were to face them now, he would definitely be beaten up. Chapter 71. After the results were announced, Zhou Jie stayed in the White Villa for 2 more days according to the announcement, waiting for his reward for entering the top 1,000. However, even the reward for entering the top 50 was nothing special to Zhou Jie. It was only 5 million star coins and a VIP black card jointly launched by the 5 top forces, and it was only valid for 10 years. To the majority of grade 10 experts, 5 million star coins was only equivalent to a millionaire looking at tens of thousands of dollars. Naturally, Zhou Jie did not think much of it. On the other hand, the black card was only available to the top 100 participants. Its value to Zhou Jie was even higher than 10 million star coins. This was because some items that were difficult to purchase with star coins could even be purchased with the black card at a slight discount. On this day, Zhou Jie received his reward for entering the top 1,000. Then, Zhou Jie deposited the 1 billion star coins he had obtained from the previous mission, the remaining money from the Dragon Pulse planet, and the 10 million star coins into the black card. The black card itself was similar to a bank card, except that it was given some special functions. On the same day, Zhou Jie received another notification about the time of the next round of the competition. 2 months later, at the Mechanical King planet, Zhou Jie and the others would be picked up by a spaceship the next day. They were expected to arrive at the Mechanical King planet 2 to 3 days in advance. Zhou Jie did not care much about this. He was focused on cultivating his intent, as if he was possessed. As for Kakashi, because he was too noisy and could not be discovered by outsiders, Zhou could just stuff him back into the spatial ring. The next day, Zhou Jie was summoned and sent to the Mechanical King planet. The Mechanical King planet was a famous superplanet in the Mechanical River Star system. To be able to be listed as a superplanet in the extremely developed Mechanical River Star system, its prosperity was at least beyond Zhou Jie's imagination. Take the Dragon Pulse planet as an example. The Mechanical King planet was not much bigger than the Dragon Pulse planet, but the most developed federal district on it was worth as much as the entire Dragon Pulse planet. Furthermore, the Mechanic King planet was under the management of the Star Alliance, and its status in the Star Alliance was very high. The highest official on the planet was a 7-star lord directly appointed by the Star Alliance. A day before the spaceship arrived at the Mechanical King planet, Zhou Jie had learned about the Mechanical King planet through the Cosmic Network and knew that it was very prosperous. However, when the spaceship landed above a city base on the Mechanical King planet, Zhou Jie was still deeply shocked when he looked down at the surface of the Mechanical King planet. Not to mention the towering metal skyscrapers, the towering weapon turrets everywhere, and the countless small aircrafts in the sky above the city, as well as the spaceships that could be used for interplanetary trade on the sun, were all incredible to Zhou Jie. Such a level of technological construction was at least 300 years ahead of the Dragon Pulse star, 500 years ahead of the Star of Slaughter, and the Sun. Perhaps it would not reach that level even after a few thousand years, because the Sun was just a well-known trading planet in the Silver Galaxy, and the Silver Galaxy itself was really too backward. However, what attracted Zhou Jie's attention the most was still not these, but a tower that was obviously isolated at the edge of the city base. Although it was dozens of kilometers away, with Zhou Jie's eyesight, the tower was not just a point, but at least a few points. This was enough to show how tall it was. 100-weapon tower? Is it really the 100-weapon towers test again? Zhou Jie had expected this when he saw the tower, and could not help but think to himself. The Genius Summit competition was originally created by the Star Sword Alliance. At that time, its influence was not that great, and the competition area was much smaller, so the competition venue was limited. In the first few Genius Summit competitions, the 100-weapon tower was the test. However, in the past few hundred years, the Genius Summit competitions had been jointly organized by the 5 top forces, so naturally, there were more competition venues. Therefore, the 100-weapon tower was not used for the next few Genius Summit competitions. Who would have thought that Zhou Jie would use it again this time? However, there was pitifully little information about the 100-weapon tower on the internet. Zhou Jie could not find out what it was exactly. He could only understand some of its uses and appearance. Not long after, the spaceship landed on an open space in the city base. An instruction sounded on the spaceship, inviting Zhou Jie and less than 80 contestants to get off the spaceship. After Zhou Jie and the others got off the spaceship, someone greeted them and led them to a huge building that looked like a bird's nest. After the man in charge led Zhou Jie and the others into the building, he briefly introduced the situation in the building. Then he told Zhou Jie and the others that they needed to stay here for 2 days and wait for all the contestants to arrive. 2 days later, the competition would begin. After that, the relevant staff led the group of contestants to their respective rooms. After Zhou Jie closed the door, he turned around and saw the familiar scenery of the room. The design of this room was exactly the same as the one in the White Villa. However, Zhou Jie was not good at complaining. Without saying a word, he walked to the bedside. There was a thin tablet computer there, and on it was a notification of the competition. Your next test is the 100-weapon tower. The 100-weapon tower has a total of 51 floors. In consideration of saving time and energy, the competition has chosen to start the test from the 30th floor. You will pass the test if you pass the 40th floor within an hour. You can go to the 41st floor to obtain the reward and enter the finals. Otherwise, you will be disqualified. After reading the notification, Zhou Jie thought about it and decided to continue comprehending and practicing his concepts. During the 2 months on the spaceship, Zhou Jie had not been idle. When it was his turn in the gravity room, he practiced sword techniques, saber techniques, flying knives, and flying swords. When he rested, he comprehended concepts. After 2 months, Zhou Jie also had his own understanding of concepts. Although he did not really master any concept, he could clearly feel that his strength had improved a little. Swoosh! The golden lotus sword flower disintegrated, and countless golden swords flew around Zhou Jie like fish. Although the room was not big, Zhou Jie only used the golden swords to comprehend concepts. He did not need to exert much of the golden sword's power. Therefore, the golden swords just flew around Zhou Jie. In the past, Zhou Jie used to control flying knives because he used to throw knives with his hands before he awakened his spiritual ability. However, now that he was using the golden lotus sword flower, Zhou Jie naturally switched to controlling flying swords. He also wanted to comprehend the flying sword concept to greatly improve the power of his flying swords. Zhou Jie also had the blade of Cadiz, which could be transformed into a katana. Therefore, in terms of close combat, Zhou Jie planned to comprehend the blade concept. With this combination of close combat and long-range combat, he believed that his strength would make a qualitative leap. Of course, until now, Zhou Jie had never considered how difficult it was to practice and comprehend two concepts at the same time. In his cultivation dictionary, as long as he could practice, he felt that he would definitely be able to do it through his own efforts. This was also a reflection of his short-sightedness. However, the ignorant are fearless. Sometimes it was not a bad thing. 2 days later, all 1,000 contestants arrived at the Mechanic King planet. The competition officially began in the afternoon of the same day. Zhou Jie and the others were divided into 10 groups, with 100 people in each group. They entered the tower in batches for the competition assessment. When they gathered outside the 100-weapon tower, Zhou Jie realized that the 100-weapon tower was even bigger than he thought it was in the picture. The base of the 100-weapon tower was circular, with a diameter of more than 200 meters. Each floor was more than 13 meters tall, and the entire tower was nearly 700 meters tall. It was no wonder that Zhou Jie could see the silhouette of the tower from dozens of miles away. The first group to enter the competition was not Zhou Jie's group, but he was in the second group. It would be his turn in about an hour. After the first group entered the 30th floor of the 100-weapon tower, a huge electronic screen in front of the tower showed the 100 names of the contestants in the first group. There was also a display of the floor number behind them. At this moment, the floor number behind everyone was 30. At the same time, there was a huge electronic vertical board next to the screen. It showed a countdown of 1 hour. When the countdown ended, the floor number of the contestants on the screen would be directly fixed. The rest of the 900 contestants, including Zhou Jie, were all focused on the electronic screen. They browsed through the names of the contestants in the first group and paid attention to the changes in the floors behind them. Zhou Jie soon noticed a name on the screen, Lai Wen. It's him. Zhou Jie's heart skipped a beat. He had seen this name on the 1,000 tournament leaderboard before. Thinking back, he was ranked second. Let's see how he's doing. Zhou Jie immediately decided to pay attention to the changes in the floor Lai Wen was on. Then, he continued to scan the other names on the screen. However, he did not see any names that he could remember. The names that could make Zhou Jie remember were basically those who were ranked higher than him in the top 1,000. Chapter 72. Time ticked by second. Level 35. That's fast. Zhou Jie saw that the level behind Lai Wen's name had changed again, and he could not help but be slightly moved. Zhou Jie glanced at the other people's levels again. 3 of them were on level 34, and the rest were on level 33. No one was still on level 32. At this time, there were only 3 minutes left before the countdown began. Time continued to pass. When Lai Wen reached level 38, only 9 minutes had passed, and the second echelon of the same group was still on level 36. There was not even one person on level 37. Zhou Jie's heart skipped a beat. He searched for Lai Wen online, but there was no information that matched this Lai Wen at all. This was not surprising. Although Lai Wen was a genius of the Lai family, he had just been selected by the Lai family to participate in this year's Geniuses Summit competition. Therefore, when he was still young, he had been given closed-door training by the Lai family because of his outstanding talent. He had disappeared from the public eye since he was in his teens. It was only in the past 2 years that some of the top forces had noticed him. As for the internet, naturally, there was no information about him at all. However, Some of the participants sent out by some of the major factions were aware of Lai Wen's information. Hence, they could only nod their heads subconsciously at Lai Wen's performance. They were not too surprised. Moreover, in their opinion, they could also do as well as Lai Wen, or even better. At the 17th minute and 54th second mark of the competition, as expected, Lai Wen was the first to reach level 41, 1 on the 38th floor, 7 on the 37th floor, and most of them are still on the 36th and 35th floor. Zhou Jie muttered in his heart when he saw Lai Wen go up to the 41st floor. He quickly glanced at the other people's floors. Looks like this Lai Wen's strength is completely above the rest of the people in this group. How terrifying! Zhou Jie could not help but be deeply afraid of Lai Wen. He knew that his strength was far inferior to the other party. Another 2 to 3 minutes later, a red figure flew out from a gap on level 41 of the Mechanic King Tower, somersaulting in the air and landing easily. Zhou Jie could not help but look at the young man who came out like everyone else. He had a head of dark red hair and an unruly smile on his face. Coupled with his movements, he looked very wild. Zhou Jie made a mental note of it. Soon, another 20 minutes passed, and the second person flew out. However, with Lai Wen in front, no one thought that the second place was strong anymore. A few minutes later, 8 people came out one after another. There were only 10 minutes left on the countdown. At this time, most of the remaining 90 people were still on level 39. At this moment, almost no one paid attention to the people on the 38th and 39th floors. After all, there was only so much time left. Even if some of them could reach the 40th floor, they probably wouldn't be able to pass. In the last 5 minutes of the competition, a total of 14 people had passed. In the last minute of the competition, a total of 18 people passed. The countdown ended, and the number of people in the first group who passed was 18. Only 18 people. It's over. Am I going to stop here too? Someone behind Zhou Jie said immediately. As soon as this person said that, many people began to talk about it. Most of them were lamenting the difficulty of level 40 of the 100-weapon tower and felt that they would not be able to pass. Zhou Jie was relatively calm. He believed that with his strength, he should be able to pass. However, based on the situation in the first group, there were probably less than 200 people in the top 1,000 who could make it to the finals. Participants in the second group, please prepare to enter the tower. At this time, a man in black who was hosting the competition spoke into the microphone. Zhou Jie did not think too much about it. He walked out calmly and gathered in front of the group. When they were all gathered, a gap opened on level 30 of the 100-weapon tower. Under the host's instructions, the second group of 100 people entered the tower in batches. The gap behind him closed. Zhou Jie followed the people in front of him through a metal tunnel that was 5 to 6 meters long and 3 to 4 meters wide. They entered a huge, pure silver space. The space was circular, and the walls were shining, illuminating the entire space. The ground was more than 130 meters in diameter. Zhou Jie saw a 2-person tall doorway on the opposite side at a glance. It was obviously the entrance to the next level. However, like everyone else, Zhou Jie did not rush over immediately. Instead, he paid attention to the ground in front of him. The ground was probably made of alloy. There were basin-sized black holes everywhere. Light seemed to be unable to enter them. In short, they could not see what was inside. Everyone hesitated for a while, but no one could see anything. Finally, someone took the lead and walked out. However, he did not dare to increase his speed. He only jumped and landed on the ground that was full of black holes. Everyone's eyes fell on that person. Although that person did not use much strength in his jump, he could fly at least a few meters away under the gravity of the Mechanical King planet. However, just as he jumped into the ground where the black holes were, bang, this person fell hard on the ground, and his face hit the ground as well. Instantly, Zhou Jie and the others stopped breathing. Fortunately, although that person fell, he immediately stood up and rushed forward. At the same time, a metal mechanical arm as thick as an arm stretched out from the black holes near him, either grabbing, hitting, or entangling him. However, That person was a grade 10 expert who had entered the top 1,000 after all. When he sensed that the mechanical arms were attacking him, he immediately used the scimitar at his waist and slashed 3 mechanical arms away. At the same time, he dodged 2 of them. Is there really supergravity? Although that person's reaction was very fast, his speed was the same as an ordinary person's. Even mechanical arms were not fast. It was obvious that they were affected by the supergravity of the Mechanical King planet. But at this point, Zhou Jie and the others finally understood the situation at this level. It was just like that. For the ordinary peak X-Class top 1,000 contestants, passing was not a difficult task at all. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Therefore, more than 10 people rushed out of Zhou Jie and the others at the same time. The next second, it was the same. In just 3 seconds, all 100 people, including Zhou Jie, had entered the supergravity area. Zhou Jie was prepared. He rushed into the supergravity area at a speed of more than 10 meters per second toward the entrance of the next level. At the same time, a large number of mechanical arms stretched out from the black holes and attacked him. About 100 times the gravity, nothing. As soon as Zhou Jie entered the supergravity area, he quickly adapted. After all, he had tried training under 150 times the gravity before. Facing the mechanical arms, with Zhou Jie's speed, there were not many that could attack him. Zhou Jie took out the Kadi's blade and casually slashed a few times, knocking away all the mechanical arms that could stop him. He then ran toward the entrance even faster. However, swoosh, swoosh. 2 figures flitted past Zhou Jie's side one after another, and directly entered the entrance to the next level in front of him. Zhou Jie was slightly surprised. However, there were many geniuses in the prodigy competition. There were at least a few dozen who were not weaker than him. Zhou Jie did not think too much about it. He accelerated and was the third to enter the entrance. After entering the entrance, there was an upward spiral staircase on the right. Zhou Jie did not think twice and went up the staircase. Naturally, he arrived at the 31st level. At this time, the 2 people who were ahead of Zhou Jie had already rushed toward the entrance of the 32nd level. Of course, when the 2 of them entered the area with the same black holes, their speed decreased sharply. At the same time, mechanical arms appeared and rushed toward them. Zhou Jie did not say anything and rushed in as well. Instantly, he felt that the gravity on his body was stronger than on the previous level. However, it was not by much. Zhou Jie's speed was still more than 15 meters per second, and he rushed forward in an accelerated state. The mechanical arms swung toward him one after another, and Zhou Jie slashed them away. He did not care about these obstacles at all. In less than 10 seconds, Zhou Jie also followed the 2 people in front of him into the 32nd level. Outside the Mechanic King Tower, the crowd was also watching the changes in the number of levels behind the names on the screen. They all started pretty fast. The first 3 are only slightly slower than Lai Wen. A contestant commented when he saw that the first 3, including Zhou Jie, had already reached the 35th level. At this time, it was only slightly more than 3 minutes before the start of the competition. Chapter 73. Level 36 of the Mechanic King Tower. Zhou Jie was still a few seconds behind the 2 people in front of him. However, this time, the 2 people in front of him had yet to enter the supergravity zone. Zhou Jie soon understood why the 2 of them stopped. It was because the supergravity zone was not like the previous 6 levels, where there were many black holes on the ground. On the contrary, there were no black holes on the ground, but there were many glowing holes on the ceiling above them. Swoosh, swoosh. After the 2 people in front of Zhou Jie finished observing the environment, they entered the supergravity zone together. It was as if they were competing to surpass each other. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Right after the 2 of them entered the supergravity zone, white energy beams shot out from the holes on the ceiling, densely covering the entire area like a fence. However, the 2 people in front of them were already prepared for this. They raised their weapons to block it, but due to the speed of the energy beams being too fast, many of them still landed on their bodies. Naturally, the two of them were wearing combat suits, so the energy beams could not penetrate their combat suits. They only caused a huge impact to the two of them. In an instant, the two of them fell to the ground, their speed greatly reduced. Zhou Jie was about to follow them when he suddenly saw a light screen in front of him, covering the entire area. At the same time, the energy beams falling from the ceiling all stopped. Zhou Jie was slightly stunned when he saw this, but he still charged into the supergravity zone. About 130 times the gravity, Zhou Jie immediately adapted to the increase in gravity. The energy in his body surged, and the blade of Cadiz slashed at the light screen in front of him. Silently, Zhou Jie's blade of Cadiz landed on the light screen, but it did not break the light screen. Instead, he was pushed back a step by the recoil. Even his hand that was holding the blade was hurting. Even this can't break it. Zhou Jie was shocked, but he only thought about it for a moment. The blade of Cadiz slashed out again, this time with almost all his strength. The collision was still silent, and Zhou Jie was pushed back again. He almost lost his grip on the blade of Cadiz. I can't. Zhou Jie immediately came to a conclusion. The light curtain was so powerful that even a one-star lord would have a hard time breaking it. However, just as Zhou Jie was at a loss, the light screen suddenly disappeared. Zhou Jie was startled and hurriedly accelerated. At this time, energy beams fell from the top of his head. They were very dense, but there was still room to dodge. However, with Zhou Jie's strength, he was unable to dodge while rushing forward. Thus, Zhou Jie directly took the energy beam head-on. Bayu, 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 the energy beams shot into Zhou Jie's body, and Zhou Jie only felt a strong downward impact. However, his body had been tempered by the Thunder Soul Pearl and was stronger than others at the same level. Thus, he didn't immediately tumble to the ground like the other two. However, the interval between the energy beams was less than a second. When the second beam came, it happened to hit Zhou Jie's ankles and knees. This time, Zhou Jie couldn't withstand the impact and tumbled to the ground. Zhou Jie quickly got up. Most of the beams hit his back, and a powerful impact almost made him fall to the ground again. His internal organs felt a little uncomfortable. Zhou Jie gritted his teeth and continued to rush forward. However, he didn't go far this time. About 10 meters in front of him, a light curtain fell. About 2 meters behind him, another light curtain fell. At the same time, the energy beams disappeared. At this time, Zhou Jie immediately understood why the climbing speed of the first group had decreased a lot from the 36th floor onward. Apart from Lai 1, the second place had taken almost 40 minutes to finish. In the outside world, everyone was tirelessly watching the big screen. It had been 19 minutes since the start of the competition. Someone has reached the 40th floor. 40. Finally, the 40th floor. Seeing the number 40 appear on the screen, many people whispered. The second group's overall strength is stronger than the first group. There are 4 people at the 39th floor and 1 at the 40th floor. However, Laiwan stayed on the 40th floor for 4 or 5 minutes. The 40th floor is not easy to pass. Well, the last few people in the first group all took about 10 minutes to pass the 40th floor. Someone was discussing. At the same time, Zhou Jie was the second to leave the 39th floor and went to the 40th floor. Finally, one more. The 39th floor is more than 150 times the supergravity. Plus, there are many obstacles. Fortunately, I am strong enough to adapt to the gravity, so I was lucky enough to be one step faster. Zhou Jie thought as he reached the 40th floor. On the 40th floor, there were only 10 humanoid robots in the spacious supergravity zone. They stood there in a row, motionless. The person who had entered the 40th floor before Zhou Jie was still standing at the edge of the supergravity zone. He seemed to be catching his breath to recover. The person who was one step ahead of Zhou Jie turned around and glanced at Zhou Jie. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he actually said, "Not bad, to be able to surpass Lin Yan. This mechanical king soldier in front of us has to be careful." Then, the person turned around and took a deep breath. He seemed to have adjusted his condition and rushed into the supergravity zone. Zhou Jie was slightly surprised to hear that person's words. Mechanical King Soldier? He had never heard of such a thing. At this time, a black shadow flashed half a step in front of Zhou Jie. According to the person who had entered the supergravity zone, the person who had been in front of Zhou Jie was called Lin Yun. Lin Yun, who was wearing a black battle suit, scanned the situation in the supergravity zone with heavy breathing. His pupils constricted, and he exclaimed, 10 mechanical king soldiers? At the same time, because that person had entered the supergravity zone, the mechanical king soldier closest to him began to move. Boom! The mechanical king soldier rushed toward the person who was less than 20 meters away, and the metal rod in his hand was swung vertically. So fast, Zhou Jie's expression changed. He was surprised by the explosive speed of the mechanical king soldier. Although he did not know how strong the supergravity on the 40th floor was, judging from the movement speed of the person who had entered, it was definitely stronger than the 160 times gravity on the 39th floor. If it's 170 times gravity, I won't be able to last long either. Before this, I could only last for 7 to 8 minutes. 170 times gravity will probably be my limit in 5 minutes. Zhou Jie thought to himself. At this time, that person had already clashed with the mechanical king soldier and was pushed back 4 to 5 meters. He was less than 15 meters away from the edge of the field. The mechanical king soldier then swung the rod again. That person seemed to be unable to dodge, so he took another hit and was pushed back another 2 steps. Qin Feng, looks like you can't make it. At this time, Lin Yun, who was outside the field, laughed loudly. For the first time, he took out the spear on his back and extended it to its original length of about 2 meters. Swoosh! Lin Yun also rushed into the field. His speed dropped drastically due to the supergravity. At the same time, another mechanical king soldier shot out and swung the metal rod at Lin Yun. One-on-one not bad, Zhou Jie could not help but say. Then, he also entered the field. Who? As soon as he entered the supergravity area, Zhou Jie felt as if he was carrying a mountain on his back. Although all his energy was circulating in his body to resist, the pressure was so strong that he almost could not breathe. However, this was only for a moment. Zhou Jie's body was strong after all. After resisting for a moment, he continued to accelerate forward. One of the mechanical king soldiers also swung its rod at Zhou Jie. Seeing that even Qin Feng was pushed back by this mechanical king soldier and Lin Yun, who was not far away, Zhou Jie used his full strength right from the start. He even added his psychic energy to Cadi's blade. Coupled with the strength buff of Cadi's blade, Ping, Zhou Jie felt his body tremble. The gravity on his body increased a lot in an instant. Of course, Zhou Jie knew that this was because the energy in his body was being used, causing the energy to resist the gravity to decrease. Zhou Jie still could not help but take a step back. However, the mechanical king soldier's attack also paused because of this. Zhou Jie took the opportunity to dodge the mechanical king soldier and pounce forward. However, the mechanical king soldier's rod was right behind Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie blocked with his blade. Clang! Zhou Jie rolled forward and crossed the line where the mechanical king soldiers were standing. He was less than 90 meters away from the entrance to the next level. The mechanical king soldier continued to chase after him. Its movement speed was much faster than Zhou Jie's. As soon as Zhou Jie got up, the mechanical king soldier's attack arrived again. Zhou Jie had no choice but to block it with his blade. However, he was once again knocked to the ground by the rod and rolled on the ground. Dong! The mechanical king soldier took another explosive step forward and increased its speed. It directly crossed over Zhou Jie and blocked Zhou Jie's path. T. Zhou Jie sensed this and quickly stopped rolling. He wanted to get up and dodge to the side. Shua! The mechanical king soldier mercilessly swung its rod again. Bang! It hit right behind Zhou Jie's shoulder. Chapter 74. Zhou Jie was hit by the rod, so he naturally rolled on the ground again. He felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. However, Zhou Jie was not shocked. Instead, he was overjoyed. The mechanical king soldier's rod did not break my bones. Clearly, it held back most of its strength at the last moment. Otherwise, I would have been seriously injured. This time, Zhou Jie fell to the ground, but he did not get up immediately because he wanted to test if the mechanical king soldier really had a sense of propriety when it came to attacking. However, when Zhou Jie stood still on the ground and looked at the mechanical king soldier that had just attacked him, he realized that the mechanical king soldier's staff had landed 3 meters away from him, but it did not attack him again. As long as I don't move, it won't attack me? Zhou Jie immediately realized this. He quickly adjusted his condition, got up, and rushed toward the entrance of the next floor. Swoosh! As soon as Zhou Jie moved, the mechanical king soldier immediately attacked again. Its speed was much faster than Zhou Jie's, and the rod hit Zhou Jie's arm. The force was horizontal, so this attack would not completely help Zhou Jie move forward. Zhou Jie was already prepared for this. He leaned to the side and blocked with his saber, but he naturally could not block it. He was swept to the ground by the rod and continued to roll forward. The mechanical king soldier's speed increased again and appeared in front of Zhou Jie again. The rod stabbed straight at Zhou Jie's abdomen. Because the mechanical king weapon was in front of him, if he could not block or dodge this attack, Zhou Jie would be knocked back a certain distance. Zhou Jie could not help but be ruthless. He slashed his saber from bottom to top, and by relying on the horizontal force, he was only knocked back 1 step. At the same time, Zhou Jie and Qin Feng were also rolling on the ground because of the mechanical king soldier. They no longer had the grace they had at the beginning. They were just trying their best to get closer to the entrance of the next floor. However, with the mechanical king soldier blocking them, in just 1 or 2 minutes, the 3 of them, including Zhou Jie, could not enter the next floor. This mechanical king soldier is extremely strong and fast. Other than its clumsy moves, it's definitely not weak among the 1-star lords. Because the mechanical king weapon was blocking in front of Zhou Jie was forced to keep retreating. Even with his temperament, he could not help but feel a little frustrated. Dong! It was another strike. Zhou Jie used all his strength to hold the saber up and down with both hands. Only then did he manage to block it. Only then did he take a step back, making a heavy muffled sound. No, I can't win in terms of strength, and it's impossible for me to get rid of it in terms of speed. The gravity will continue to consume my energy, and my body won't be able to take it for a long time. However, the strength of the mechanical king weapon won't decrease because of this. I have to get through it before the energy in my body is exhausted. After resisting for about half a minute, Zhou Jie finally understood that it was impossible for him to fight the mechanical king soldiers head-on. He could only use tricks to get close to the entrance of the next level. Therefore, Zhou Jie planned to take some of the mechanical king soldiers' attacks head-on. This was also because the mechanical king soldier knew how to control its strength. Otherwise, any random strike from the mechanical king soldier would have severely injured Zhou Jie. On the other side, Qin Feng and Lin Yun had already started to do so. However, even so, the 2 of them were only about 10 meters away from Zhou Jie. They were not even close to crossing the 50-meter line. When Zhou Jie and the other 2 started to ignore the attacks of the mechanical king soldier, although they were still knocked to the ground occasionally, or even forced back, they still kept moving forward. This made the 3 of them feel a lot more at ease. At this rate, they would be able to reach the entrance of the next level in about 2 minutes. However, more than a minute later, when Qin Feng was the first to be less than 10 meters away from the entrance of the next level, the originally blue eyes of the mechanical king soldier chasing Qin Feng instantly turned red. The next moment, the speed of the mechanical king soldier skyrocketed, clearly faster than before, and it directly blocked in front of Qin Feng. Qin Feng got up and pounced toward the entrance. The mechanical king soldier swung its stick at him. Bang! This stick hit Qin Feng's leg, causing him to lose his balance and fall to the ground. Then, the mechanical king's soldier swung its stick again, sending Qin Feng back 5 to 6 meters. Qin Feng, on the other hand, had a look of shock and pain on his face. His whole body was trembling. However, Zhou Jie and Lin Yun did not have the time to care about Qin Feng. Very soon, they were less than 10 meters away from the entrance. Swoosh! Zhou Jie got up, but the mechanical king's soldier suddenly appeared in front of him. Its eyes were red, and it swung its stick at him at an even faster speed than before. For some reason, Zhou Jie had a bad feeling. He hurriedly blocked with his blade. When the blade and the stick clashed, Zhou Jie only felt an extremely strong vibration force being transmitted to his body through the blade of Cadiz, causing him to retreat uncontrollably. More than half of his body was slightly paralyzed, and the blade of Cadiz in his hand flew to the back of his head. "It's stronger." Zhou Jie was shocked. He took a few steps back and was just 10 meters away from the entrance. With a thought, he brought the blade of Cadiz close to his feet. Picking up the blade of Cadiz, the mechanical king's soldier also walked toward Zhou Jie. Walk! Zhou Jie was stunned. This was the first time he had seen a mechanical king's soldier walking. Previously, it was always pouncing or charging. However, the mechanical king's soldier with red eyes walking toward Zhou Jie gave Zhou Jie a lot more psychological pressure than before. After the mechanical king's soldier's eyes emitted red light, its speed and strength have increased again. Its attacks also have vibration force, which is even more mysterious. It's obviously impossible to charge through like before. Zhou Jie also noticed Qin Feng not far away. After being knocked down by the mechanical king's soldier, he still had not stood up. Zhou Jie also understood this. Just now, when he blocked with the blade of Cadiz, he felt his body go numb. If he used his body to block again, even if the mechanical king's soldier still had control, the vibration force would definitely not be weak. After one hit, he would have to lie down for at least a few seconds. That was not worth it. But the mechanical king's soldier is so strong, and there were so many people in the previous group. How do we get through? Zhou Jie could not help but feel confused. But now, Zhou Jie did not have the time to think so much. The mechanical king's soldier stopped in front of him and just stared at him. Obviously, as long as he moved, he would definitely be attacked by the mechanical king's soldier again. However, no matter what, it's only a dozen meters away. As long as I can withstand a few hits, I'll definitely be able to charge through at full speed. Zhou Jie began to adjust his state of mind and told himself. It was also at this moment that Zhou Jie's state of mind returned to the state of being as calm as an ancient well. He completely calmed down. As mentioned before, the Zhou Jie at this moment was the scariest. The moment he calmed down, Zhou Jie thought of a lot of things. In the end, his thoughts stopped at the heart sword technique. Previously, I only wanted to use tricks and did not think about testing my saber technique. Now, I have to give it a try. At this moment, Zhou Jie suddenly had a lot of thoughts. But in the end, he closed his eyes and opened them again. The next second, he moved. Zhou Jie moved, and so did the mechanical king's soldier. Different from before, Zhou Jie focused all his energy on the attack. Although his body was already starting to feel tired, he could still maintain his peak state for a certain period of time. Clang! The saber and the stick clashed. Zhou Jie was still no match for it, but this time, Zhou Jie's body shook, and he stabilized himself. Even the blade of Cadiz did not leave his hand. However, this did not mean that Zhou Jie's strength had increased by much. After all, the mechanical king's soldier's strength was already overwhelming, and after the red eye, its strength had increased a little. Zhou Jie's physical strength and mental strength could not increase drastically out of nowhere. Naturally, the strength of Zhou Jie's saber was not comparable to the mechanical king's soldiers. That was why he barely managed to block this attack. However, when Zhou Jie completely focused his mind on the saber, he displayed all the saber techniques that he had comprehended in the past few days. This first slash looked ordinary, but it was actually very complicated. Apart from being sharp, there were also some changes. If this was seen by some experts who had grasped the concept, they would definitely praise it. This was because it had some concept feel to it. It was just that it was still lacking a huge breakthrough in terms of mental strength. Concept, other than having one's technique close to the path, it also had to be fully invested. Only when the four were combined would the power of the concept be revealed. Clang! Zhou Jie's saber clashed with the mechanical king soldier's rod again. However, this time, Zhou Jie's strength was not enough. Although his saber technique was exquisite, he could not block it. He had to take 3 steps back to prevent himself from being affected by the vibration. My saber technique is already fast and strong enough. It's just that it's limited by strength, so it still can't block the rod of the mechanical king soldier. Zhou Jie felt the true power of his saber technique and felt that his saber technique always had a concept. Although he was surprised, he still felt that something was lacking. The mechanical king soldier's rod smashed toward him again. Zhou Jie frowned, and there was a hint of anger in his eyes. The saber slashed out as fast as lightning, and its power was even stronger than before. Clang! Zhou Jie still took half a step back. His body shook, but his eyes suddenly lit up. Concept! Swoosh! Another rod slashed toward him. Zhou Jie pulled out his saber and slashed out like lightning. Even the blade had a faint glow. Chapter 75. Ping! The saber and the staff collided and stopped in the air. Zhou Jie's body shook, and he felt that his body was about to reach its limit. Oh no! Using saber intent consumes so much energy. Zhou Jie exclaimed in his mind and could not help but retreat. Zhou Jie took a few steps back and even felt that his legs were weak. His body could not withstand the supergravity, and every muscle was in pain. However, just when Zhou Jie thought that he was going to die, the red glow in the eyes of the mechanical king soldier that had been blocking him turned back to blue. It left Zhou Jie behind and ran back to its original position, standing there motionlessly. Zhou Jie looked at this scene in shock. After confirming that it was real, he quickly supported his body and rushed to the entrance of the next floor as fast as possible. Then, Zhou Jie turned to look at Qin Feng and Lin Yun, who were still fighting, and stepped into the entrance. Qin Feng and Lin Yun also noticed that Zhou Jie had entered the entrance. Both of them were shocked and wondered why the mechanical king soldier had only let Zhou Jie go. While they were wondering why the mechanical king soldier had let go of him, they also started to use all kinds of methods to pass the last 10 meters. However, neither Qin Feng nor Lin Yun noticed that Zhou Jie's last saber attack had completely blocked the mechanical king soldier's staff. In fact, this mechanical king soldier would act according to the contestant's ability and combat state. The strength it used at the beginning was normal. No matter who it was facing, the mechanical king soldier would only use that strength and speed. Only when the contestant was less than 10 meters away from the entrance of the next floor would the mechanical king soldier become stronger. However, when the mechanical king soldier was blocked in the red-eye state, and the contestant was obviously not going to make it, the mechanical king soldier would think that the training effect had been achieved and automatically stop attacking. Other than that, the mechanical king soldier would also automatically stop attacking after 10 minutes. Previously, other than Lai 1, the rest of the people in Group 1 had all passed after 10 minutes. Therefore, the test from the 30th to the 41st floor of the Hunter Machinery Tower was actually for the contestant to reach the 40th floor in less than 50 minutes and be able to withstand the supergravity of the 40th floor for 10 minutes. Zhou Jie arrived at the 41st level by himself. After experiencing that intense battle, without the pressure of the supergravity, he felt incomparably light. It was as if he could float into the air with just a thought. However, Zhou Jie also knew that this was an illusion. In reality, he didn't care too much about his own feelings. His gaze swept across the 41st floor and finally landed on a protruding, cylindrical platform in the center. However, in the next second, Zhou Jie's eyes widened as he looked to the side of the cylindrical platform. A person had appeared out of thin air. It was a dignified man wearing bright silver alloy armor. He had short silver hair, and his eyes seemed to be filled with lightning. When Zhou Jie met his gaze, he actually felt an inexplicable sense of fear. First place in Group 2. At this time, the silver-haired man spoke. His voice was full of magnetism. You're much weaker than that kid from the Lai family in Group 1. However, to be able to bypass the mechanical king soldiers and come here in advance, you're quite outstanding. That kid from the Lai family is indeed very talented. If it were the previous summit competitions, he would definitely be the first. The silver-haired man spoke as if he was casually chatting with Zhou Jie. Although he had a dignified aura, Zhou Jie could still feel that the silver-haired man in front of him should be relatively gentle at this moment. Zhou Jie was naturally curious about the appearance of the silver-haired man and why he was here, so he immediately asked, "May I ask who you are, senior?" The silver-haired man heard the question and answered straightforwardly, "My name is Yu, and I call myself Mechanic King. Fortunately, I'm recognized by everyone. I'm only here to find a disciple and tell you the rules for choosing the reward." Mechanic King? Zhou Jie was shocked. He remembered that the robot he had just dealt with was the so-called Mechanical King Soldier. Could it be that he was the one who created the Mechanical King Soldier? Zhou Jie thought again and could not help but be even more shocked. The Mechanical King Soldier was already so powerful, so how terrifying was this Mechanic King? "Kid, come and get your reward first." While Zhou Jie was in a daze, the Mechanic King, Yu, spoke. Then, he asked Zhou Jie another question. "By the way, do you know anything about machinery and machinery? Or the 9 chapters of the mechanical technique?" When Zhou Jie heard this, he was immediately at a loss. "Were these things? I've never even heard of them. I don't know any of them. I've never heard of them," Zhou Jie still answered. At the same time, he flashed to the cylindrical platform in the middle. Hearing this, Yu sighed helplessly and shook his head. Fine. Young people nowadays are too focused on training and think that they are very talented. But how many of them can actually become a lord? In the end, they can't improve at all. It's too late for them to study other methods." Hearing Yu sigh, Zhou Jie remained silent. He felt that what the other party said made sense. However, he had the inheritance of the Zhou sacred ground, and Kakashi said that he could at least become an imperial lord. "All right, take your reward and leave." After Yu was done lamenting, a bright silver box the size of a palm flew up from the cylindrical platform and flew toward Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie subconsciously took it and looked at the box. He felt that was very unusual, but what was unusual about it? Air. All right. He could not tell. There's an instruction manual. Read it yourself. You can leave now. Seeing that Zhou Jie had received the reward, Yu immediately urged Zhou Jie to leave. At the same time, a gap was opened at the side. Seeing this, Zhou Jie thanked Yu and flew out of the gap. Zhou Jie took no more than 25 minutes to complete the competition, only 7 minutes slower than Lai Wen. While many people were amazed by Lai Wen's strength, they also began to pay attention to Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie? Killing Star? I've never heard of him. He's ranked 19th in the top 1,000. Don't underestimate him. Most of the top 50 have a background, but this seems to be a rogue cultivator. He doesn't have any background. What's the point of looking at background in the summit competition? It's strength. Many geniuses sent out by big families aren't as good as Zhou Jie. He's a dark horse. Yeah, it's not easy for a rogue cultivator to be so powerful. In a minute before and after Zhou Jie came out, people kept talking about him. However, Zhou Jie did not know that. After coming out, he entered the resting area and could not leave before the competition ended. 3 minutes after Zhou Jie, 2 more figures flew out of the 100-weapon tower. They were Lin Yun and Qin Feng. After 10 minutes, people started to come out of the tower in 2s and 3s. At this time, 35 minutes had passed. In the end, 21 people passed in Zhou Jie's group, which was slightly more than the first group. Then, the third group entered the tower. After 19 minutes, the first participant came out of the tower. His name was Yi Kai, and Zhou Jie secretly remembered this name. After 2 minutes, another person called Zhang Buyu came out of the tower. Zhou Jie also remembered this person's name. After that, no one in the third group was worthy of Zhou Jie's attention. Then came the fourth group. The more outstanding ones were Hong Tianxiao and Yumi Er. The fifth group, Lei Ba Pasna. The sixth group, Yuan Qin Kong, Lu Haoran. The seventh group, Acolyte, Li Li Yi Cheng. The eighth group, Veronica, Eri Ekizan. The ninth group, Gongye Zhangxi, Chun Li. The 10th group, Shi Qianlong, Miyazaki Naganabu. Thus, Zhou Jie remembered these outstanding people and compared them to the top 1,000 list. He found that all of them were in the top 30, and even those with lower points than him had more than 5,000 points. This made Zhou Jie sigh. There were truly too many geniuses in this world. He was lucky enough to kill the Titan Ape to get into the top 20, but most of the people in the top 30 didn't have the opportunity to kill the Titan Ape, yet they still managed to get more than 5,000 points. This was truly terrifying. Now that the 100-weapon tower had tested them, Zhou Jie knew that he couldn't beat any of these top 30 people before entering the tower. As for now, Zhou Jie didn't know. I've just grasped blade intent, so my strength can still be consolidated. I wonder if I'll be able to fight them in the next round, Zhou Jie thought to himself, looking forward to it. After the results of the competition were out, all the contestants who passed gathered in the resting area and listened to the host announce the results of the competition. There are a total of 196 contestants who have entered the finals. They will be sent to the location of the finals tomorrow, and the finals will begin 1 month later. The location of the finals will be Emperor Hung Planet's arena. Chapter 76. After the host finished talking about the finals, Zhou Jie and the others dispersed and returned to their rooms. Because the participants had consumed a lot of energy, the competition venue provided each participant with a free level X nutrient solution, which had been placed in each participant's room. The first thing Zhou Jie did when he returned to his room was to take a bath in the level X nutrient solution. It took him more than 2 hours to come out of the bathroom. This time, he had consumed a lot of energy, but after recovering, his physical condition was much better. The remaining mental fatigue made Zhou Jie want to have a good sleep. So Zhou Jie went to bed and fell asleep. He slept until the sky was dark, and he woke up at noon the next day. After waking up, Zhou Jie only felt that his mental state was unprecedentedly full. His body was very comfortable, and he couldn't help but want to go through a big fight. However, Zhou Jie restrained himself. He turned his head and saw a message on the thin tablet computer. He read it carefully. All participants in the finals, please gather in front of the bird's nest building at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The spaceship that will take you to Emperor Hung will take off on time. Then, Zhou Jie looked at the time in the lower right corner of the screen. It was 12:50. There's still some time. I need to consolidate my saber essence. Zhou Jie thought and took out the Kadi's blade. In fact, when he came back to take a bath yesterday, Zhou Jie had been recalling the saber essence that he had used before. He named his saber essence Thunder Saber Essence. Now, he was ready to use it in practice. He didn't want to be embarrassed when he couldn't use it. My saber intent is still in its infancy. According to the heart sword technique, when the intent of an attack reaches its limit, it can naturally trigger the elemental laws and reach the limit of the intent, which is the so-called paramount realm. After that, I can perfectly fuse the elemental laws into my saber, sword, and other means to attack. This realm is also known as the Saber Dao or Sword Dao. This realm is also known as the Dao Initiation Realm. After reaching the limit of the Dao Initiation Realm, one can grasp the laws. That's a matter for the Imperial Lord Realm. I should strive to reach the Paramount Realm first, said Zhou Jie as he got off the bed. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhou Jie and the other finalists boarded the shuttle and headed for Emperor Hung. This time, it only took 9 days for the spaceship to arrive at Emperor Hung Star, the most prosperous planet Zhou Jie had ever seen in his life. The prosperity of the Mechanical King planet had already shocked Zhou Jie, but the prosperity of the Large Hung planet shocked even Zhou Jie. The Emperor Hung star was huge, with a diameter of more than 300,000 miles. The entire star was protected by a complete defense system. 27 man-made satellites with a diameter of more than 10,000 meters orbited the Emperor Hung star, making it look very majestic from afar. Other than that, the Emperor Hung star was also the headquarters of the Star Sword Alliance. The finals of every Genius competition were held here in the Emperor Hung Star Arena to ensure the safety of all the participating geniuses to the greatest extent. The Emperor Hung Star Arena covered an area of more than 4 million square meters. Usually, it was the place where the competition was held. Not only were there many experts, but there were also countless wealthy businessmen and people from large organizations who came to watch the competition. However, the arena was closed for a period of time before the finals. It would only reopen when the finals were about to begin. The tickets to watch the finals were sold at a high price. The Emperor Hung Star Arena was built on an open space outside the city. Zhou Jie only saw a few buildings with extraordinary origins. The closest one was a tall black building. Its appearance was similar to the white tower that Zhou Jie had lived in before, but it was much taller. This building was also the temporary residence of the finalists of the Pinnacle competition. The spaceship that carried Zhou Jie and the others landed on the rooftop of the Black Tower. According to the instructions, Zhou Jie and the others were assigned to their respective rooms. In Zhou Jie's view, the Black Tower was an upgraded version of the White Tower. There was a special training floor every 10 floors. There was a gravity room, a combat simulation space, and other advanced training grounds. Zhou Jie checked into his room and saw that there was a message on the thin tablet computer beside his bed. Zhou Jie walked over and looked at the screen. There was information about the rules of the finals and so on. The finals will begin at 9:00 a.m. tomorrow morning. It will be a random one-on-one battle. If you win a battle, you will get 10 points, and if you lose a battle, you will lose 5 points. Everyone will have an initial score of 50 points. If you have 0 points, you will be eliminated immediately. In addition, if you have more than 50 points, you will not be matched again. If you have more than 100 points, you will not be matched again. If you have more than 100 points, you will not be matched again. If you have more than 150 points, you will not be matched again. If you have more than 130 points, you will not be matched again. When no one is matched against those with less than 130 points, the finals will end. The rankings will be based on the number of points obtained. The top 100 will receive the corresponding rewards. The rewards will be divided into 5 tiers. The first tier, the second to third tier, the 4th to 10th tier, the 11th to 50th tier, and the rest of the rankings. The details of the rewards will be announced after the competition. Please stay tuned. After reading this information, Zhou Jie understood the rules of the finals. However, the format of the finals still made Zhou Jie somewhat confused. After thinking about it carefully, Zhou Jie also found that it was very fair. In the case of reducing the number of battles, the competition ranking could be determined by strength to the maximum extent. Then Zhou Jie looked at the time. It was 5:00 in the evening. There is still more than 14 hours left. Let's see if I can display the essence of Flying Sword. Thinking of this, Zhou Jie closed his eyes, and the golden lotus sword flower behind him flew into the air. Early the next morning, Zhou Jie received the indoor broadcast that the contestants were required to go to the Emperor Hung Arena for the first final. Before 9:00, Zhou Jie and the other contestants gathered in the waiting area. The waiting room was full of metal walls. On one of them, an electronic screen was inlaid. At this moment, the match results of everyone's first match were already displayed. Zhu Haifeng, standing behind a group of people, Zhou Jie saw the name of his opponent displayed on the screen. He could not help but be slightly surprised. He had no impression of this name. It seemed that it belonged to the category that he did not pay attention to. The order of the finals was determined by the results of the top 1,000. The last contestant would compete with his opponent in the first match. However, because there were too many matches every day, 2 groups of contestants would compete on the 2 battle platforms of the Emperor Hung Arena at the same time. Soon, the first and second matches began at the same time. The big screen in the waiting room suddenly switched into two, broadcasting the scenes on the two battle platforms. However, Zhou Jie did not remember the names of the four contestants in the first and second matches, so Zhou Jie did not pay much attention to them. He just had nothing to do, so like most people, he sat there and stared at the screen. After the match began, the four contestants in the two groups attacked at the same time. They used weapons as soon as they started, and each attack was merciless. Of course, this was because everyone participating in the finals was wearing a special protective suit to avoid fatal injuries as much as possible and reduce some damage. Therefore, the contestants fought without any scruples. As for the outcome of the match, there were 3 ways to determine it. The first was time. The match was limited to 10 minutes. Once the time was up, the team who was at a disadvantage would lose. This was to prevent some contestants from deliberately avoiding the battle and relying on defense or speed to delay the battle. But their actual combat ability was obviously weaker than their opponent. The second was the range of the battle platform. The battle platform was circular with a diameter of 200 meters. If the contestant was knocked out of the battle platform for more than 2 seconds, it would be determined that the contestant was defeated. In the end, the first and second groups' matches ended one after another, and the winner was determined by time. The reason was that the contestants in the 2 groups did not have a big gap in strength. Such a battle, Zhou Jie naturally found it dull and uninteresting. It didn't give him any battle inspiration. It was not until the 8th group's match that Zhou Jie took a serious look, because one of the contestants in that group was Qin Feng. Unfortunately, Qin Feng's opponent was obviously not good enough. He was easily suppressed by Qin Feng and was swept out of the arena in the last 30 seconds. His opponent immediately admitted defeat. It's a pity that his opponent is too weak. I can't see through Qin Feng's powerful moves. Zhou Jie could not help but think to himself. Zhou Jie then watched 4 more matches before he encountered a match worthy of his attention. It was Veronica versus Hao Lianzhan. Hao Lianzhan, although Zhou Jie did not deliberately remember him, he still had an impression of him when he saw him. This was because Hao Lianzhan was recommended to participate in the qualifiers at the same time as him. Hao Lianzhan's strength was not bad. Although he was ranked 151st in the top 1,000, his points were not far from the 100th place. Chapter 77. As soon as the battle between Veronica and Hao Lianzhan began, Zhou Jie's attention was completely focused on the left side of the screen. As for the live broadcast of the other group's battle on the right side, Zhou Jie didn't care at all. Few people in the waiting room paid attention to it, either. On the left side of the screen, Hao Lianzhan was the first to attack. A fiery red spear attacked Veronica in a very elegant manner. It was so fast that only the afterimages could be seen. Bang, bang, bang. However, Hao Lianzhan's spear pierced through the air, causing the air to explode. Although the sound was transmitted through the live broadcast, the people in the waiting room could still hear it clearly. Veronica kept dodging. His movements were so exquisite that he didn't even move a long distance. Yet he avoided Hao Lianzhan's lightning-fast spear attacks. Many people were dumbfounded. This Veronica is too strong. How'd he do it? If it were me, I wouldn't be able to dodge such a fast spear even if I used all my strength. But he dodged it with just a slight movement. At this moment, someone finally couldn't help but exclaim. They also wanted to know how Veronica was able to dodge like that. Concept domain. He has mastered the concept domain. Suddenly, a cold male voice replied. Zhou Jie couldn't help but look at the person who answered. Young Master Hong Tian. Zhou Jie immediately recognized that person. It was one of the people he paid attention to and remembered. Intent domain? What's that? The man who asked the question was confused. Obviously, he didn't know much about intent domain. Zhou Jie didn't find it strange. Usually, individual cultivators with no background, just like him before. Now that he had the inheritance of the Zhou sacred land, he couldn't say that he didn't have any background. It was normal that they didn't know about intent domains. After all, it was very difficult to master intent domains. Those below the Star Lord level who could do it were all geniuses among geniuses. Naturally, ordinary individual cultivators wouldn't be able to come in contact with them, so they wouldn't know about them. As for the so-called intent domain, it was a manifestation of extremely strong mind power, perfect intent, and even reaching the ultimate state. Such an existence was extremely rare, even among low-level Star Lords. In the mortal body state, it was absolutely rare. Therefore, when Hong Tianxiao said that Veronica had mastered the intent domain, Zhou Jie was shocked. However, when he thought about how Veronica was the champion of the top 1,000 and how her speed of clearing the 100-weapon tower was not much slower than Lai Wen's, Zhou Jie felt that it was reasonable. However, Zhou Jie also put Veronica was on the list of those he would lose. On the other side, Hong Tianxiao did not answer the man's question, and the others did not say anything. Seeing this, the man could only curl his lips helplessly and turn his head to continue watching the duel between Veronica and Hao Yinzhan. On the screen, Hao Yinzhan's expression became more and more solemn. Finally, he burst out at a certain moment. The moment his body paused, the tip of his spear shone with an energy light, and the spear's speed suddenly increased a lot. It went straight for Veronica's abdomen. Then, Zhou Jie saw Veronica's first attack. Oh no, it should be called a kick. Veronica's kick was as fast as lightning, and it sent Hao Yinzhan flying. Zhou Jie's eyes widened at that moment. At the same time, there was a burst of exclamations in the waiting room. On the screen, Veronica's hands were behind his back from beginning to end. His eyes were as calm as water, and he had already withdrawn his kick. He looked indifferently at Hao Yinzhan, who was lying on the ground with one hand. Hao Yinzhan's face was full of horror. He looked up at Veronica, and after a brief hesitation, he actually said directly, "I admit defeat." There was a sudden uproar in the stands of the Emperor Hung Coliseum. It was the first time that the audience had seen such an eye-catching battle since the beginning of the competition. Who would have thought that it would end so quickly? In the next round, Zhou Jie continued to pay attention to the battles of several people, including Hong Tianxiao, Lei Ba, Yi Kai, Yumi Er, and others. Unfortunately, their opponents were still far weaker than them, so they did not show too much of their strength, and the outcome of the competition was decided. However, Zhou Jie did find a few opponents that he was unlikely to win against so far. It seems that it will be very difficult to compete for the top 10 this time. Zhou Jie could not help but think to himself. During the preliminary round, he only had the goal of entering the top 50, and the top 10 was just a thought. After he comprehended the saber essence, he had some ideas about the top 10, but now, he suddenly had no confidence in it. Not long after, it was finally Zhou Jie's turn to fight. This was also the first time that Zhou Jie fought under the normal planet's gravity, within 5 times the standard gravity, after his strength had greatly increased. Without the restriction of his supergravity, Zhou Jie's attacks were also as fast as thunder. With his powerful strength, Zhou Jie's opponent could not resist at all. Even with a weapon in hand, he was defeated by Zhou Jie's bare hands. Soon, he admitted defeat. Too weak. Before Zhou Jie stepped down from the stage, he secretly evaluated his opponent. Little did he know that his opponent's strength was much stronger than Kane's. He was one of the best at the peak of grade 10. However, this was the genius competition, and there were too many strong people. As the saying goes, there is no harm without comparison. The first day of the competition lasted until 9 o'clock at night. However, Zhou Jie did not feel tired after watching the competition for an entire day. Instead, he was a little excited because he had gained some inspiration and he could not wait to go back and practice. On the second day, the competition went on as usual. Everyone still only had one match. Because it was still the top 1,000 competition, the lower rankings were matched against the higher rankings. Therefore, there were very few matches worth watching. The matches that did not have a big gap were those that Zhou Jie did not think highly of. Those that Zhou Jie thought highly of went on stage and won easily, and there was not much to see of their strength. After 5 days, there were finally many people who were disqualified from being challenged. There were many who won 5 matches in a row and had accumulated 100 points. At the same time, there were many who had less than 50 points. The difference between the two was more than 50 points, and they would not be matched again. With Zhou Jie's strength, he was also in the group of people with 100 points. He had not met an opponent who could last 2 minutes with him. It was not until the 6th day that Zhou Jie found out that his opponent was Lin Yun. Although Zhou Jie was a little excited about this, he also knew that after he mastered Blade Intent, Lin Yun was most likely not his opponent. However, if he did not use Blade Intent, perhaps he could still have a good fight. The situation that day was not out of Zhou Jie's expectations. In the battle with Lin Yun, Zhou Jie fought to his heart's content. In the end, he did not use Blade Intent and ended the battle in 4 minutes. Lin Yun admitted defeat. On the 7th day, Zhou Jie found that his opponents were getting stronger and stronger. At this time, there were only 50 to 60 people who were qualified to fight with him. Zhang Buyu, this is an opponent. When Zhou Jie saw that his opponent today was Zhang Buyu, the excitement in his heart was even greater than when he fought Lin Yun yesterday. This was because from the previous battle, Zhou Jie knew that Zhang Buyu also used blade techniques, and they were very powerful. Although he did not see the concept, the blade techniques he used really made Zhou Jie's eyes light up at that time. He even wanted to be apprenticed to Zhang Buyu. Later, Zhou Jie even went online to do some research. Only then did he find out that Zhang Buyu was a genius sent by the Zhang family of the Blade Scar Star to participate in the competition. He had even won the youth tournament of the Blade Scar Stars saber contest. The Zhang family was a big family that specialized in saber techniques. They had some famous saber techniques, such as the Zhang family's 3 sabers, Knit Slash, and Saber Draw, which were not easily spread to outsiders. This Zhang Buyu is not only good at blade techniques, but his strength is also very strong. He cleared the 100-weapon tower faster than me. I might not be his opponent, Zhou Jie thought. For a moment, he was excited and uneasy. However, he quickly calmed down and quietly found Zhang Buyu in the waiting room. At this moment, Zhang Buyu was sitting on a chair with his eyes closed. However, when Zhou Jie looked at him for a few seconds, he seemed to notice. He opened his eyes and turned his head slightly. His gaze collided with Zhou Jie's. Then, Zhou Jie withdrew his gaze and closed his eyes. In Zhou Jie's previous battles, except for the battle between Lai Wan and Qin Feng, which was worth watching, almost all of them were not very exciting. Zhou Jie did not pay much attention to them. Soon, it was his turn to fight Zhang Buyu. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.